Rapaz, brincadeira não. Olha que a situação, olha. Olha a situação.
including amino acids and sugars. In other words, all the monomers required for the synthesis of biopolymers. In a letter to his friend G.D. Hooker, Darwin wrote in 1871, "But if, and oh, what big if, we could conceive in some warm little pond with all sorts of ammonia and phosphoric salts, light, heat, electricity, etc. present, that the protein compound was chemically formed, ready to undergo still more complex changes." The best known theory is the spontaneous generation, in other words, abiogenesis, by a prebiotic soup, a theory hypothesized by Oparin in 1924. In this theory, organic compounds were created in a reductive atmosphere from the action of sunlight and lightning. It was claimed that the atmosphere was primarily anoxic, consistent of ammonia, methane, carbon dioxide, and water vapor. The compounds were then dissolved in the primitive ocean, concentrated, and underwent polymerization until they formed coacervate droplets. The hypothesis was an enormous success, first of all among adherents of neo-Darwinism. The droplets supposedly grew by fusion with other droplets, were split into daughter droplets by the action of tidal waves, and developed the ability to catalyze their own replication, which eventually led to the emergence of life. According to the scientific narrative, it is hypothesized that amino acids emerged on early Earth between 3.5 and 4 billion years ago through chemical evolution, by chemical synthesis, or better, chemical lucky accidents. Scientists now use 22 amino acids as the building blocks of proteins. The 20 common ones and two more, selenotein and pyrrolysine. An amino acid has a backbone that is held together by a single carbon atom. The side chain is a combination of atoms that is different for every amino acid. The problem of getting nitrogen to make amino acids and DNA on early Earth. As implied by the word amine, the essential key atom in amino acid composition is nitrogen, which is included in all enzymes and genes. The ultimate source of nitrogen for the biosynthesis of amino acids is abundant atmospheric nitrogen, a remarkably inert molecule. Thus, a fundamental problem for biological systems is to obtain nitrogen in a more usable form. This problem is solved by certain microorganisms capable of reducing the inert N triple bond molecule of nitrogen gas to two molecules of ammonia in one of the most amazing reactions in biochemistry. This bond is extremely difficult to break because the three chemical bonds need to be separated and bond to different compounds. Nitrogenase, a veritable molecular sledgehammer, belongs to the only family of enzymes capable of breaking this bond, carrying out nitrogen fixation. But on early Earth, biosynthesis of fixed nitrogen was not available. For the origin of life, an biochemically accessible nitrogen, especially reduced nitrogen, is necessary. There are proposals, for example, UV-driven chemistry, which is constructive for synthesizing and activating nucleotides and amino acids, but is destructive for more complex organic systems, such as, for example, DNA strands. The problem of getting all amino acids used in life by origin of life experiments. In 1953, Stanley Miller, a PhD student at the University of Chicago, and his supervisor, the Nobel Prize winner Harold Urey, did one of the most famous experiments in our story. They took chemicals that he considered might be present in the atmosphere of the early Earth. They ran water, methane, ammonia, and hydrogen in a sealed flask with a pair of electrodes to produce a spark. And from those simple building blocks, discovered that more complex compounds, such as amino acids, were spontaneously produced. Various biological chemicals were found. Glycine, the simplest amino acid, plus one of two other chemicals of interest. After Miller's death in 2007, the so-called volcano in the bottle experiment was performed. In total, 22 amino acids were identified. And the Secular Humanist Society heralded that all 20 of the amino acids found in proteins, plus a few others, were produced. The reanalysis indeed 22 amino acids and 5 amines in the vials, but 8 of the proteinogenic amino acids, that is the ones used in living systems, were never produced in none of the experiments. As the building blocks of proteins, amino acids are linked to almost every life process, and as such, essential for life. Amino acids have several functions. Their primary function is to act as the monomer unit in protein synthesis. The problem of selecting 20 amino acids prebiotically out of hundreds supposed existing on early Earth. In order to have the amino acids used in life, the 20 right ones amongst over 500 that occur naturally on Earth would have had to be selected. If we suppose that the 20 used in life were already available, how could that selection process have occurred without guidance? The article above asks, why did life select just 20 amino acids when 500 occurred naturally on the Hadean Earth? That is, of course, an invalid, nonsensical question, since the selection of the right 20 amino acids is a prerequisite for life to start. But also the claim that the 20 used in life were selected amongst 500 naturally occurring amino acids is misleading. As mentioned previously, 8 of the 20 amino acids used in life have never been produced in any laboratory experiment and aren't either encountered on the Earth naturally and neither on meteorites. The problem of concentrating the amino acids used in life at one assembly site. Polymer formation in aqueous environments would most likely have been necessary on early Earth because water would have been in the reservoir of amino acid precursors needed for protein synthesis. The desired reagents would be extremely dilute in the ocean, and there was no mechanism in existence to concentrate amino acids to start polymerization reactions. But then, even if that hurdle would be overcome, the next problem arises. Careful experiments done in an aqueous solution with very high concentrations of amino acids demonstrated the impossibility of significant polymerization, that is, the production of proteins in this environment. But even worse than that, amino acids tend to fall apart in water, not join. Even if there were billions of simultaneous trials in the billions of building block molecules interacted in the oceans, or on the thousands of kilometers of shorelines that could provide catalytic surfaces or templates, even if, as is claimed, there was no oxygen in the prebiotic Earth, then there would be no protection from UV light, which would destroy and disintegrate prebiotic organic compounds. A common argument is that amino acids would have been generated in hydrothermal vents deep in the ocean, far from sunlight. Hydrothermal vents could have been the primordial hatcheries of life. But then Stanley Miller gave a clear answer. Submarine vents don't make organic compounds, they decompose them. The problem of understanding why life uses 20 amino acids and not more or less. Another relevant question is, why are these 20, in some cases 22 amino acids used in life and not another set? Why 20 and not 10 or 30? And why those particular 20? Forming soluble, stable protein structures with close-packed cores are essential to stabilize proteins and to form a rigid structure with well-defined binding sites. And that requires a variety of amino acids used in life. A selection of different hydrophobic amino acids permit more options to build a closed protein core and a pocket fit to permit the performance of a variety of enzymatic reactions. On the other hand, proteins required on the surface, for example, of cell membranes, require straight chains and polar like arginine and glumatic acid. Scientists have found that the set that is used by biology has a number of surprisingly non-random properties that stand out very clearly. The paper, Frozen but No Accident, Why the 20 Standard Amino Acids Were Selected, concludes remarkably we find that there are excellent reasons for the selection of every amino acid. Rather than being a frozen accident, the set of amino acids selected appears to be near ideal. Another paper of Nature magazine, Extraordinarily Adaptive Properties of Genetically Encoded Amino Acids, reported in 2015. We drew 100 million random sets of 20 amino acids from a library of 1900 structures and compared their coverage of three chemical properties: size, charge, and hydrophobicity to the standard amino acid alphabet. We measured how often the random sets demonstrated better coverage of chemistry space in one or more, two or more, or all three properties. In doing so, we found that better sets were extremely rare. In fact, when examining all three properties simultaneously, we detected only 6 sets with better coverage out of the 100 million possibilities tested. That's quite striking. Out of 100 million different sets of 20 amino acids that were measured, only 6 are better able to explore chemistry space than the 20 amino acids that life uses. That suggests that life's set of amino acids is finely tuned to 1 part in 16 million. The problem there is that molecules and an arrangement of correctly selected variety of amino acids would be of no function until life began. Only a conscient intelligent agent with foresight and reasoning could select for specific distant purposeful goals. Random unguided events produce only chaotic structures. Science is absolutely clueless about how the optimal set could have emerged prebiotically and without the guiding hand. The problem of homochirality. Most molecules of life are homochiral. That is, they possess the same handedness or chirality. Homochirality of biological molecules is a signature of life. The chirality or sense of handedness of the amino acid molecules is an important problem. Figure above shows 2 versions. One is left-handed, the other right-handed. Each contains exactly the same number of elements with the same types of chemical bonds, and yet they are the mirror image of each other. A molecule that is not superimposable on its mirror image is called chiral. The handedness of biological molecules, such as amino acids or nucleotides, plays a role in their functionality. In proteins, only left-handed amino acids can be incorporated. Cells, for instance, use complex molecular protein machines to synthesize amino acids only in left-handed form. In nature, however, amino acids exist in chiral form. That means both left and right-handed. There was no mechanism to sort them out on Earth and group only left-handed amino acids that then would be used to produce proteins. The problem of amino acid synthesis regulation. Biosynthetic pathways in living cells are often highly regulated such that building blocks are synthesized only when supplies are low. Feedback mechanisms ensure that all 20 amino acids are maintained in sufficient amounts for protein synthesis and other processes. Obviously, produced on pre-biological Earth with the types of processes postulated by the origin of life enthusiasts, the next question is about polymerization. There are many different problems confronted by any proposal. Polypeptides are polymers of amino acids. In other words, many amino acids are chained and linked together via dehydration, reactions that form peptide bonds between them. Polymerization is a reaction in which water is a product. Thus, it will only be favored in the absence of water. The presence of precursors in an ocean of water favors depolymerization of any molecules that might be formed. A peer-reviewed paper published in 2014 tried to answer the question of prebiotic polymerization on early Earth. To which evolution news gave 10 reasons why the proposals are not sound. Another problem is the fact that high activation energies are required for amide bond formation, besides the fact that direct peptide bond formation is slow unless high temperature or activating agents are used. The problem of linking the correct amino acid side chains together. There are 4 different ways to bond amino acids together by the side chains. If bonded to the wrong side chain, no deal. Proteins are linear polymers formed by linking the alpha carboxyl group of one amino acid to the alpha amino group of another amino acid. To form a chain, it is necessary that only bifunctional monomers react together. That is, molecules with 2 functional groups, so they combine with 2 others. If a unifunctional monomer with only one functional group reacts with the end of the chain can grow no further at this end. If only a small fraction of unifunctional molecules were present, lone polymers could not form. But all prebiotic simulation experiments produce at least 3 times more unifunctional molecules than bifunctional molecules. Polymers can adopt various chain structures: linear, branched, cross-linked, or networked. Proteins are linear homopolymers, while peptide polymers are branched. There is no restriction of amino acids bond and form any of the different polymer structures. But only homopolymerization permits the formation of functional primary structures used in proteins. Obviously, there was no natural selection of the right formation on the prebiotic curve. In the same sense as a sequence of alphabetic letters are required to write words, the right sequence of amino acids are required to make functional proteins. This is truly fascinating. In the same sense as the instructional complex blueprint specifies how to make each gear wheel of a watch and ultimately the watch itself, the genetic code instructs the right amino acid sequence to make functional proteins. If we consider that there were no molecular cell machines to make proteins, no evolution, no mutations, nor natural selection prior to functional cells and DNA replication, how could the right sequence of a minimal set of at least 500 proteins required for life have been specified, if not by an intelligent agency? We only know of intelligence producing instructional information to make machines and factories for specific goals and purposes. Ribonuclease proteins are found in all domains of life, and it is claimed that they were present in LUCA, the last universal common ancestor of life, and as such, life essential. They are the simplest RNA proteins and use 124 amino acids, 19 of the 20 different ones essential for life. The table demonstrates the catastrophically low probability of getting functional meaningful amino acid sequences and as a consequence, functional proteins by random, unguided, self-assembly spontaneously by orderly aggregation and sequentially correct manner without external direction. Amino acids may be the building blocks of proteins. Long way from the sort of large specialized molecules such as proteins that life requires. Proteins, in order to become functional, must fold into very specific 3D shapes, which happens right when they come out of the ribosome, where they are synthesized. Specified protein shape and conformation depends on the interactions between its amino acid side chains. For a protein to function, it must fold into a resting state, which is a complex 3-dimensional structure. If a protein fails to fold in its functional structure, then it is not only without function, but it can become toxic to the cell. As proteins fold, they test a variety of conformations before reaching the final form, which is unique and compact. Folded proteins are stabilized by thousands of non-covalent bonds between amino acids. A relatively small protein of 100 amino acids can take some 100 trillion different configurations. If it tried these shapes at the rate of 100 billion a second, it would take longer than the age of the universe to find the correct one. Just how these molecules do the job in nanoseconds, nobody knows. The problem of hierarchical structures of proteins. Even if somehow a polypeptide chain in a functional sequence would emerge and fold into a form that later can be useful in the cell, that does not explain how to get the proteins we choose not rarely several chains. Most proteins become only functional if they are joined into holoenzymes, where various amino acid chains come together like lock and key. Some protein complexes use over 50 chains or subunits to form a highly complex molecular protein machine. And each subunit must fit precisely to interact correctly with other subunits or protein chains. Ribosomes, for example, which are veritable macromolecular factories, are life essential and found in all living cells. They are the factory which produce biological protein synthesis by translating the genetic code, and had to be fully developed when self-replication and life started. Each ribosome contains around 80 proteins which work together like various machine parts in a joint venture. It exerts far tighter quality control than anyone ever suspected over its precious protein products, and discards error-laden proteins 10,000 times faster than it would normally release error-free proteins. But even if there would emerge a functional ribosome factory on the early Earth by itself, it would be like a piston outside the engine block of an automobile. Many proteins bear only function once they are integrated in an assembly line, producing sophisticated molecular products used in life. To make proteins and direct and insert them to the right place where they are needed requires systematic cooperation. At least 25 unimaginably complex biosynthesis and production line like manufacturing steps are required. Each step requires extremely complex molecular machines composed of numerous subunits and cofactors, which makes its origin an irreducible catch-22 problem. In order for evolution to work, this awe-inspiring robot-like working machinery and assembly line must be in place, fully operational. So the origin of this machinery cannot be explained through evolution. All it is left as alternative explanation to intelligent design are random chemical reactions. Does that make sense? Now, let's suppose all this would assemble by a freaky random accident on early Earth. There would be no mechanism of transition from a prebiotic assembly to cell factory synthesis. As Eugene Konin stated, the emergence of cells is the epitome of the problems encountered by all explanations of the evolution of complex biological structures. A succession of exceedingly unlikely steps is essential for the origin of life, from the synthesis and accumulation of nucleotides to the origin of translation, through the multiplication of probabilities. These make the final outcome seem almost like a miracle. Among modern biological entities, we do not see any intermediates between macromolecules and cells. And to imagine how such intermediates might operate is a huge challenge. And Lynn Margulis, to go from a bacterium to people is less of a step than to go from a mixture of amino acids to a bacterium. Now consider that we have discussed only the prebiotic origin of amino acids and proteins. There is still the question of how phospholipids emerged to make cell membranes, RNA and DNA to make genes, and carbohydrates to make energy. And to go from the basic building blocks of life to a fully self-replicating cell is still a long way to go. The question of where life, biodiversity, and organismal complexity came from has always been one of the fundamental existential questions of humanity and is today covered in modern science by evolutionary biology. The question if Darwin's theory is a fact is as well a core question in the evolution creation debate. Some atheists regard evolution as one of the main reasons to discard creationism, and as a consequence, theism is viewed with skepticism and incredulity. In 1859, Darwin published On the Origin of Species, which has become the foundation of modern biological sciences until today. In 1942, Julian Huxley, a British evolutionary biologist, published the book Evolution, the Modern Synthesis, which was a fusion of various disciplines like genetics, covered by population genetics, experimental genetics and systematics, paleontology, botany, and so on. The modern synthesis went gradually through further improvements, and the more recent version was a new conceptual framework proposed in 2007 by Massimo Pigliucci and Gerd Müller in their book Extended Evolutionary Synthesis. They incorporated new information from molecular genetics and genomics, describing new kinds of hereditary and replicatory mechanisms which were not considered within the framework of the previous versions. Many books have been written over the years with the purpose to disprove Darwin's theory, and many pointing out successfully why his theory does not withstand scrutiny. The number of scientists of various biological disciplines and biochemistry who disagree has grown into the thousands. One group declared, "We are skeptical of claims of the ability of random mutation and natural selection to account for the complexity of life." The claim of the standard theory is that a rather small toolkit of genetic modifications during long periods of time, based on random genetic errors, explains the rise of genetic modification and new information, and as a result, the enormous range of biodiversity, proposing mutations and natural selection, genetic drift, gene flow, and artificial breeding by human intervention as why these sense are modified. In 2017, Gerd Müller, theoretical biologist, stated, "Biological sciences have made significant advances in the last decades, providing a wealth of new knowledge about the factors responsible for organismal development processes. The modern synthesis and its various additions concentrate on genetic and adaptive variation in populations. The extended framework emphasizes the role of epigenetic processes, ecological interactions, and systems dynamics in the make of organismal complexity. Single level and unilinear causation is replaced by multi-level and reciprocal causation. Among other consequences, the extended framework overcomes many of the limitations of traditional gene-centric explanations. Several of the cornerstones of the traditional evolutionary framework need to be revised and new components incorporated into a common theoretical structure. Gerd Müller is part of a group of scientists which propose an alternative to the standard evolutionary model, called the third way. Remarkably, in their opening statement, they say that creationism depends upon intervention by a divine creator. That is clearly unscientific because it brings an arbitrary supernatural force into the evolution process. First of all, it has not been established beyond any doubt that naturalistic evolutionary processes account for biodiversity. Scientific investigation should permit the evidence to lead wherever it is, without excluding intelligent causation a priori. Excluding one possible answer, namely intelligent design, means committing the same philosophical error as back in the 19th century with the X Club and Darwin's bulldog Thomas Huxley, when they did the same. An important distinction is made between micro and macro evolution. The common claim is that small changes lead over time period of billions of years to big changes, and small variations permit the rising of new biological structures and functions and levels of complexity, from a universal common ancestor to all forms of life. This claim, however, has never been shown to be true. It's a common assertion, even held today by the majority of biologists, that microevolution leads to macroevolution. The article in Nature magazine, for example, claims in its conclusion remarks Darwin's proposal merits further consideration as a viable link between microevolution and macroevolution. Let's clarify. Organisms can and do adapt to the environment, which is often described as microevolution, but would be better described as adaptation. It is life essential and had to be fully set up when life began. Microevolution is adaptation unintelligent natural processes explain biodiversity. In his book, Darwin suggests that all living organisms are related by ascendancy, and therefore they are all derived from ancestral species, which migrate around the world and diversify, generating the amazing biodiversity of organisms. Variational plasticity and adaptation, which are mentioned in points 1 to 5, are empirically demonstrated facts. What is in dispute, however, are points 6 and 7, universal common ancestry and macroevolution. The claim that all biodiversity is explained by unguided, unintelligent, purposeless natural processes without intelligence involved. There are various aspects and ways of how we can analyze evolution, like, for example, doing comparative anatomy, systematic classification of life, and elaboration of the supposed phylogenetic tree of life. Then there is the analysis of the fossil record by paleontologists and the attempt to establish a line of transitional fossils demonstrating evolution. Variation in population genetics, quantitative genetics, how it is modified under certain selection regimes. And another aspect is the investigation of how organisms acquire more and more complexity, the emergence of varied body plans, architectures, physiology, and functions. And there is the aspect and question of evo-devo, of developmental biology, that compares the developmental processes of different organisms to infer the ancestral relationships between them and how developmental processes supposedly evolved. And last not least, the origin of consciousness, mind, logic, speech, languages, covered by anthropology, linguistics, and social sciences. Before we can ask about the mechanisms and the origin and the maintenance of body plans, we need to ask what is currently responsible for the development of complex multicellularity and organismal architecture, form, and cell shape. We need to understand how an organism develops to adulthood, which permits us, with that framework, as a starting point to do top-down research to understand how the responsible toolkit and rules for organismal complexity could have emerged in the past. In fact, it is a development program which sets how a multicellular organism develops. So we have to define what that development program consists of in order to know what has to change for an organism to change its physiology and complexity. So that change of the development program is what would have to change for an organism to change. And that has given rise to very varied programs of evolutionary disciplines and research programs. It has become more and more evidently clear that a varied multitude of different mechanisms is responsible for body constructions, which are not limited to genetics, but mainly, if not even more important, epigenetic factors. And not only on an intracellular level, but physiology on a multi-layered level, which is investigated in systems biology. The real mechanisms that explain biodiversity and complex organismal architecture is pre-programmed instructional complex information encoded in various genetic and epigenetic languages and communication by various signaling codes to various signaling networks. That brings us to the origin of all life forms by an intelligent designer. The universe obeys laws and rules of mathematics and physics. They constrain how physical stuff behaves in the universe. The force of gravity does not change. A hot cup of tea will always get cold, rather than hotter. The Earth rotates constantly 24 hours, and the speed of light doesn't change anywhere in the universe. These laws of physics, where did they come from? This is one of the very fundamental questions we can ask. What is their origin? Can laws come about naturally? How did they come about fully balanced to create order instead of chaos? Descartes and Newton established the discovery of natural laws as the central aim of inquiry. Since they presupposed that God exists, there was no problem to think of physical laws as rules laid down by God that move the universe in accordance with his divine determinations. Johannes Kepler said, "The chief aim of all investigations of the external world should be to discover the rational order and harmony which has been imposed on it by God, and which he revealed to us in the language of mathematics." The greatest science fathers thought so. Kepler formulated three major laws of planetary motion which enabled Isaac Newton to devise the law of gravitation. Working from the carefully measured positions of the planets, Kepler mathematically deduced his three laws from the data. Newton, Galileo, and Copernicus viewed the universe as orderly and capable of mathematical description, precisely because a rational God had fashioned it so. These brilliant scientists and mathematicians believed that since God had designed the universe, then all phenomena of nature would follow one master plan. One mind, designing a universe, would almost surely have employed one set of basic principles to govern all related phenomena. Einstein said, "I want to know how God created this world. I'm not interested in this or that phenomenon, in the properties of this or that element. I want to know his thoughts. The rest are details." The supreme task of the physicist was to comprehend the order that underlies the workings of the entire cosmos, from the behavior of the tiny particles jiggling around inside atoms to the convulsions of galaxies in outer space. In 1952, Albert Einstein wrote a letter to Maurice Solovin where he expressed how he was struck by the wondrous orderliness of the world. He wrote, "You find it strange that I consider the comprehensibility of the world to the extent that we are authorized to speak of such a comprehensibility as a miracle or as an eternal mystery. Well, a priori, one should expect a chaotic world, which cannot be grasped by the mind in any way. With the advent of secular materialism, that view was challenged. Does the implementation of the laws of physics depend on the action of an intelligent rational agency? According to Einstein, there is one and only one way in which all components, matter, radiation, forces, space, and time, fit together to make reality work, just as the gears, springs, dials, and wheels of a mechanical clock uniquely combine to keep time. Paul Dirac said, God used beautiful mathematics in creating the world. And in his article, The Evolution of the Physicist's Picture of Nature, he wrote, "It seems to be one of the fundamental features of nature that fundamental physical laws are described in terms of mathematical theory of great beauty and power, needing quite a high standard of mathematics for one to understand it. You may wonder, why is nature constructed along these lines? One can only answer that our present knowledge seems to show that nature is so constructed. We simply have to accept it. One could perhaps describe the situation by saying that God is a mathematician of very high order, and he used very advanced mathematics in constructing the universe. Our feeble attempts at mathematics enable us to understand a bit of the universe. And as we proceed to develop higher and higher mathematics, we can hope to understand the universe better."
You could read it to anyone. It's got some absolutely gorgeous lines in it, like, listen to this, right, for a non-fussy, non-philosophical statement. Mathematics is a game where mathematicians invent the rules. Physics is a game where the rules are given to us by nature. What is interesting is that the rules of nature appear to be in the same mathematical rules as the mathematicians have concocted. No fancy words, just complete devastating insight.
Mathematics is the true fabric of reality. Mathematicians can't invent any rules. Everything is already there or here. Mathematicians just uncover, not discover the rules of the game. The rules are embedded in everything in the known universe. And Feynman said, "Why nature is mathematical is a mystery. The fact that there are rules at all is a kind of miracle. The laws of nature can be described in numbers. They can be measured and quantified in the language of mathematics." And Paul Davies, "Our complex universe will emerge only if the laws of physics are very close to what they are. Over the years, I have often asked my physicist colleagues why the laws of physics are what they are. The answers vary from 'that's not a scientific question' to 'nobody knows.' The favorite reply is 'there is no reason they are what they are. They just are.'" The mysterious coherency of the mathematical forms underlying the cosmos is solved if we recognize these to be the result of the action of a powerful designer who created them with the goal to make the universe life permitting. According to Hawking, the laws of physics, not the will of God, provided a real explanation as to how life on Earth came into being.
Because there are laws, such as gravity, the universe can, and will, create itself from nothing. It is not necessary to invoke God to light a blue touch paper and set the universe going.
The standard model of physics comes with several constants of nature, numbers like the mass and charge of the electron that have to be measured in experiments. The values of these three parameters seem to be without any deeper meaning. Despite of it, particle physics is a wonder of elegance. But is it even conceivable that there is no necessary intentional agent at the bottom of all existence giving the rules? Why did all physical start? Constrained by these rules? If there was no divine agency, how can the existence of physical laws be explained? With a Noor simulator? By a random fundamental law generating machine? That alternative to God would have, for no known reasons, start generating every possible process of chaotic trial and error of potential laws, testing every circumstance, every possible niche, exploring every escape hatch until getting a state of affairs that works, giving a sudden rise by a lucky accident to physical laws, going hand in hand and start imposing their rules to physical stuff created at the Big Bang. But how could all this occur without physical stuff? The rule is just an expression of a constraint that is actually enforced by interaction with the physical system. Furthermore, if the laws of nature had been different, so that they forced electrons to attract rather than to repel one another, the universe as we know it would not exist. Quoting Mario Biagini, science has proved that the state of the universe is determined by some specific mathematical equations, the laws of physics. The universe cannot exist independently from such equations, which determine the events and the properties of such events, including the probability for the event to occur, according to the predictions of quantum mechanics. However, we know that a mathematical equation cannot exist by itself, but it exists only as a thought in a conscious and intelligent mind. In fact, a mathematical equation is only an abstract concept, which existence presupposes the existence of a person conceiving such a concept. Therefore, the existence of this mathematically structured universe does imply the existence of a personal God. This universe cannot exist by itself, but it can exist only if there is a conscious and intelligent God conceiving it according to some specific mathematical equations. Is it even conceivable that the existence of natural laws can exist without physical things to act upon and a lawgiver? Would it not be utterly mysterious and border to the nonsensical to claim no lawgiver, no physical stuff to act upon is necessary? How could it be honest simply to claim of not knowing and believing it by that? Things could just happen for no reason at all. If God is killed off, the laws just free float in a conceptual vacuum without explanation. How could it be imagined that abstract, non-physical objects, laws of nature, would be living in their transcendent state, and by the advent of the Big Bang, physical stuff would find them suddenly starting to impose their rules on matter, energy, and space, as if abstract things would be able to move from non-causality to force physical things to behave in a certain manner, obeying their rules? Sir William Hunter McCrea noted, it seems more natural to suppose that the physical universe and the laws of physics are interdependent. A suggestion is that physical necessity could eventually have enforced these laws to come into play, and for example, forcing electrons by their creation and first appearance start to attract one another. In other words, other laws would eventually not even be possible, and there were no other options but the state of affairs had to be the way it is. How can we reject that this was not the case? Could it be said that rather than thinking of laws as rules that have an existence above and beyond the objects they govern, these laws are reduced to particularly concise and powerful descriptions of regular behavior, but nothing more than that? If these laws are a mere descriptive conception, they do not exist independently and transcendently. They do not exist in some Platonic form beyond the behavior of matter and energy. The laws are just descriptions of the inherent nature of physical things which could not behave and be differently. But is that so? There are an infinite number of self-consistent quantum mechanical systems that are different from our actual universe. And there are presumably an infinite number of ways the laws of physics could have been that aren't quantum mechanical at all. Many physicists now suspect that the laws of physics in our observable universe are just one possibility among a very large landscape of physically realizable possibilities. There is no reason why there could not be a universe hostile to any life form. Universes of black holes, high entropy universes, a universe that changes its underlying structure with great frequency, making it impossible for life to exist for long periods of time. A universe that does not permit the formation of stars, galaxies, etc. Some argue that physical laws are just described, but not prescribed. On the prescriptive view, these laws explain why all electrons attract one another, whereas on the descriptive view, the laws just restate the fact that all electrons attract one another. The problem with the descriptive view is that it does not give any explanation whatsoever why the behavior is the way it is. But is it justified to say simply laws of nature do have a privileged role in physical explanation, but that privilege is due to their simplicity and generality and not going further to attempt to explain why they exist in the first place? The problem is that this does not explain anything at all in regards of their origin. Steven Weinberg, a Nobel laureate from the University of Texas, Austin, described himself as a pretty Platonist, saying he thinks the laws of nature are as real as the rocks in the field. Myth-physicist Max Tegmark goes that far to claim that mathematics does not describe the universe, it is the universe. Everything in our world is pure mathematical, including you, he claims. In 2014, he argued in Our Mathematical Universe that mathematics is the fundamental world reality that drives the universe. His claim is basically that mathematics is operating in a godlike fashion. Does it not make more sense in the end to conclude that God used beautiful mathematics to create the world? And there we have the three ingredients that make up reality: conscious intelligence, abstract mathematics, and the material world. Our non-physical thoughts somehow mysteriously guide the actions of our physical bodies. This is no more scientifically explicable than the mysterious ability of non-physical mathematical constructions to determine the workings of a separate physical world. Each one of the fundamental laws of nature is essential for life to exist. A universe lacking any of the laws shown in the table above would almost certainly be a universe without life. Only in the 20th century it became clear that the incredibly diverse phenomena that we observe in nature are based on just a small number of physical laws, each of which may be described by a simple mathematical relationship. The brilliant mathematical encoding of nature's deep structures, these physical laws, can all be written on one side of one sheet of paper. On the deepest level of the universe, there is cosmic harmony and coherence of the elemental forces and the universal constants which govern all of nature. There are certain universal constants that describe the universe mathematically, and remarkably, this set of constants is critical to the formation of a life permitting universe. The listed universal constants are indispensable for the mathematical description of the universe. Is there scientific evidence for the existence of God? When cosmological models were first developed in the mid 20th century, cosmologists believed that the selection of a given set of constants was not critical to the formation of a life permitting universe. Through subsequent parametric studies that varied those constants, scientists began to realize that relatively small changes in any of the constants would produce a dramatically different universe and one that would not be life permitting in any way. In our universe, energy is manifest through four fundamental forces: gravitational, electromagnetic, strong nuclear, and weak. In order for our universe to be life permitting, then each of these fundamental forces requires fixed parameters over long periods of time. If they were not, then interaction amongst each other and with space and time would be random and chaotic, and the universe would not be life permitting. The operation of these constants within the universe gives rise to a variety of interactions and interrelationships from which the equations of physics are derived. As Richard Gonzalez writes, our very ability to establish the laws of nature depends on their stability. In fact, the idea of a law of nature implies stability. Likewise, the laws of nature must remain constant low enough to provide the kind of stability that life requires through the building of nested layers of complexity. If a universe is not to be random and chaotic but permitting life, the interactions and the interrelationships among space, time, and the different kinds of emissions of energy require unchanging universal constants. These quantitative parameters control virtually every interaction in the universe, and they are integral to the equations of physics. Why are there laws of nature that never change? Why is the universe so orderly, so reliable? The greatest scientists have been struck by this fact. There is no logical necessity for the universe to obey rules, even less by the rules of beautiful mathematics. But nature obeys the laws of physics without exception. The properties of the most fundamental units of complexity we know of, quarks, must remain constant in order for them to form larger units, protons and neutrons, which then go into building even larger units, atoms, and so on, all the way to stars, planets, and in some sense, people. The lower levels of complexity provide the structure and carry the information of life. There is still a great deal of mystery about how the various levels relate, but clearly, at each level, structures must remain stable over vast stretches of space and time. And our universe does not merely contain complex structures, it also contains elaborately nested layers of higher and higher complexity. Consider complex carbon atoms, within still more complex sugars and nucleotides, with more complex DNA molecules, within complex nuclei, within complex neurons, within the complex human brain, all of which are integrated into a human body. Such complexification would be impossible in both a totally chaotic, unstable universe and an utterly simple homogeneous universe of, say, hydrogen atoms or quarks. The laws themselves defy natural existence, and science itself has no clue on how to explain them coming into being naturally. So when you use deductive reasoning, canceling out all that does not fit or will not work, there is only one conclusion left that fits the bill of why the laws exist and why they work together to make order instead of chaos. Even one notch off in how one law works with another, that total and complete chaos would be the result. When all conclusions fit and point into one direction only, what is science supposed to do? According to the scientific method, you are supposed to follow the evidence regardless of where it leads. Not ignore it because it leads to where you don't want it to go. The existence of laws of physics strongly implies that there is a God who formulates such laws and ensures that the physical realm conforms to them. There has to be some organizing principle. God is a mystery, but is the explanation for the miracle of existence, why there is something rather than nothing. The existence of these mathematical equations implies the existence of a personal, conscious, and intelligent creator. Atheism is incompatible with the view of the universe presented by modern science, since the intrinsic abstract and conceptual nature of the laws ruling the universe implies the existence of a personal God. So, based on my previous video, we are granted to conclude that the premises 1 and 2 of the Kalam cosmological argument are rationally sound. That is, that everything that begins to exist must have a cause, and that the universe, with high certainty, based on scientific and philosophical considerations, began to exist. The conclusion is, therefore, the universe had a cause. Note that premise 1 does not claim that everything has a cause, but that everything that begins to exist has a cause. And herein God is perched up in a category of his own, something that exists eternally without a beginning does not need to have a cause. So, what causes the best explanation of the origin of the universe? Some claim that we do not know how to identify the cause of the universe.
So I first want to start with premise 1, and then
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We can go right to the conclusion. The conclusion of the Kalam cosmological argument is, therefore, the universe had a cause for its existence. The argument is presented. It has premises. Everything that begins to exist has a cause for its existence. The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause for its existence.
Yes,
that argument does not include the word God at all. If you have an argument that has major and minor premises, and at no point in that argument is God one of them, it's not an argument for the existence of God. It's not an argument that relates to God at all. If the conclusion is, therefore, the universe had a cause, the next question becomes, okay, what could be the cause for that universe? Those are the next questions, assuming we agreed with that, which we don't necessarily. And that's where you start having an argument for why you think there is a God, and then you can have an argument for why you think that God should be considered as the cause that the Kalam points to.
Just a God, any kind of conscious being. That it could be that if that were true, that there was an unconscious. It could be that there was an accident. It could be that, Matt says universe farting pixies, but I don't know. Maybe it is the nature of that to happen. I don't know.
A closer look would provide us with a number of striking properties which the cause of the universe must possess. And, as we will see, these properties match strikingly with the description of the God of the Bible. Existence can be divided into the following categories: physical, energy, matter, space, and time, and mind. consciousness, intelligence, or in other words, the natural and the supernatural. And furthermore, abstract numbers and objects which exist independently if there is a physical universe or not. Since something cannot come from nothing, being cannot come from non-being, but do we exist? There is being, then something must be uncaused and has always existed. That must have been either the mind, physical things, or both together. Since the universe had a beginning, therefore it is not eternal, physical existence is not the candidate to explain the origin of the universe. Abstract objects, numbers, and mathematical calculus do not stand in causal relations, and as such cannot cause the universe into existence either. The cause of the universe cannot be a contingent being, but must be eternal, otherwise there would be eternal regress. The cause must be as well changeless, since once more an infinite temporal regress of changes cannot exist. That does not mean that it is not capable of change, but had to be changeless until causing the first physical event. Since the first cause must be changeless, it follows that it was immaterial and spaceless. It follows that the cause did also exist in a dimension of timelessness, since time requires change. There are two types of things that can cause an event to occur. One is a physical object triggering another physical object to change. That would be an event-event causation. One event causes another to occur. If we posit that, then another contingent physical cause would have had to trigger the Big Bang, or further back, a cosmos, multiverses, etc., leading to an infinite regress, which is impossible. The cause of the universe cannot be physical, space, time, and matter, since that is what it caused it to be. The state-state causation faces the same problem. The causation is like a frozen pond where you have a stone resting on the top of that pond, and this state is causing this other state of the stone, but that could not trigger a change from one state into another, but would remain static from eternity. And the state-state causation would also have to be physical. And the second type is a state-event causation by a free agent, which wills to do something which causes physical change. Decisions can have physical consequences. I can decide to touch a domino stone. That mental decision provokes a physical event, where I move my arm, my fingers, and trigger the domino chain reaction. I don't know how that occurs. Nobody knows how this mind-brain interaction can take place, but it does. This form of causation has to go from a state of timeless mental being to will an event of a transition, from a non-physical to a physical state of being. Therefore, the only explanation of what triggered the universe or cosmos is intelligent causation based on will and power. Since that cause created matter, space, and time, it had to be immaterial and exist in a timeless dimension. The only immaterial things we know of being able to cause something into being are conscient minds, which are able to make decisions. We know by experience that the mind can cause action solely based on will. Therefore, an eternal and necessary first cause is the best explanation of our existence. How could the mind exist in timeless dimension and trigger a transition from timelessness to time Time is a huge topic in philosophy. What is time? We all know intuitively what it is, but when asked to formulate to define time, we soon perceive the difficulty. When we go to sleep at night and wake up in the morning, on average 6 to 8 hours did pass, but we did not perceive time passing. If we were asked but had no watch to check, we would probably not know how much time we slept. If we have a very deep and good sleep, it's almost when we wake up as if we did not perceive any lapse of time. But during this time, we are conscient and dream. There are sequential events in a dream. There is action, but we do not perceive time like when we are awake. What does that mean? Two things. Time is bound to physical action. That's why there cannot be time if there is no matter, energy, and space. Where there is no action and physical reality, there is no time. And secondly, even if there would be time, space, and matter and action, but no mind and conscience, there is no entity to perceive it. So, in order to have a sense and perception of time, the following is necessary: mental awareness and consciousness that can censor external reality, space, matter, and energy, physical action, and that the mind is in a relationship with external physical reality in action. Then time can be perceived. Some have questioned: how can God exist beyond the universe, sun's universe, and sun's time? If we can dream and perceive a sequence of events in our mind, but without experiencing time, while we can perceive that sequence in our mind, so can God exist timeless beyond the universe, have various mental states, and experience sequential events consciously and be aware of, but not experiencing time. Time is only something that minds experience upon the perception of physical activity. In dreams, there are external actors. Often in a dream, we just passively observe events, and in many cases, we react. We want to do things during our dreams. For example, I often dream that I do a mental effort and I want to float, rise, and fly. When I stop that mental effort, I start to go down. So I can exercise will during my dream. When we have nightmare dreams, we experience awfully horrific events. We are in a real panic. What is the reaction? We try at all costs to flee that event and wake up scared. So there is an event occurring in the mind which triggers a physical event. We wake up. God can have existed in a timeless dimension without creation and decided to create the physical cosmos and provoked its creation upon his mental power, will, and decision. There is nothing absurd about that. I can decide to write the letter A and in an instant, at the same time that I take the decision, type the letter A. So there has to be no time lapse between a decision process and a physical event. It occurs simultaneously. So God can have existed in an exclusively mental dimension with sequential events, but experiencing no time. Then he took the decision to create the universe, and simultaneously to his decision, made it all start. And time began with the advent of physical reality. How could God have created the universe without time? The cause of the Big Bang operated simultaneously or coincidentally with the Big Bang. Philosophical discussions of causal directionality routinely treat simultaneous causation, the question being how to distinguish A as the cause and B as the effect, when these occur together at the same time. Even on a mundane level, we regularly experience simultaneous causation. How can a mind exist without a body before the universe? Jon Lev, neuropsychiatrist, wrote, "The fact that OBEs can be stimulated in the laboratory clearly demonstrates that the sense of I, the self identity, can be separated from the body consciousness. Studies of body maps are also consistent with this view because they show that body consciousness is constantly changing through neuroplasticity. Therefore, ultimately, the sense of self is independent of the body sense, although normally extremely associated with it. The sense of I or identity is also ordinarily very attached to the self perceptions involving our professions, families, and other strongly held beliefs and feelings." And Max Planck, German theoretical physicist, whose discovery of energy quanta won him the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1918, said, "As a man who has devoted his whole life to the most clear-headed science, to the study of matter, I can tell you as a result of my research about atoms this much. There is no matter as such. All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force which brings the particle of an atom to vibration and holds this most minute solar system of the atom together. We must assume behind this force the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. This mind is the matrix of all matter." How could God create a material world out of nothing? The short answer, I don't know. First of all, it's remarkable when scientists like Lawrence Krauss make the claim that the universe was created out of nothing. There is immediately a herd of followers which are endorsing the assertions and repeating them without hesitation. Of course, we all know that our own reality depends on the structure of our consciousness. We can objectify no more than a small part of our world. But even when we try to probe into the subjective realm, we cannot ignore the central order. In the final analysis, the central order, or the one as it used to be called, and with which we commune in the language of religion, must win out. Is claiming that God is eternal special pleading? What usually immediately follows when we posit God must be eternal is the objection of special pleading. A special pleading fallacy is wherein people create a rule or apply an existing rule to a situation and then proceed to make someone or something exempt from this rule without providing real justification for that exemption. Atheists claim that believers argue that the universe needs a cause but not God, and that supposedly is special pleading. Pointing out the obvious is not special pleading. Scientific evidence and philosophical considerations point to the fact that the natural universe had a beginning. If logic does not account for justifiable special pleading, then such logic is clearly flawed. Of course, an infinite creator who created everything would involve a justifiable special pleading. Such creator would not be like the rest of us. It is as simple as seeing the difference between an infinite being and billions of finite beings. The one infinite being who created all existence is quite different than those finite beings who are created by such being. It is as easy as seeing the difference between those who have a beginning, who are finite, versus an infinite creator. only based on the two premises of the Kalam cosmological argument, rather than confess ignorance and say, we can't know about the nature of the cause of the universe, we can say, as supernatural, uncaused, beginningless, eternal, omnipresent, and all-knowing, changeless, timeless, immaterial, spaceless, personal, enormously powerful, necessary, absolutely independent and self-existent, infinite and singular, diverse yet united, intelligent and purposeful creator is the best explanation as the cause of the universe and our existence. An agent endowed with free will can have a determination in a timeless dimension to operate causally at the first moment of time, and thereby to produce a temporally first effect. Remarkably, each of the inferences based on the properties that the cause of the universe must have match with the description of the God revealed in the Bible, which offers solid support for the creation of the universe, distinguishing it from other religious texts. God is supernatural in nature, as it exists outside, above, and beyond of the natural physical universe. Acts 17, verses 24 and 25. The God who made the world and all things in it, since he is Lord of heaven and earth, does not dwell in temples made with hands, nor is he served by human hands, as though he needed anything, since he himself gives to all people life and breath and all things. God is uncaused, beginningless, and eternal, self-existent as it exists without a cause, outside of time and space, besides the fact that infinite regress of causes is impossible. 1 Timothy 1:17. Now to the King, eternal, immortal, invisible, the only God, be honor and glory forever and ever. Amen. God is omnipresent and all-knowing. He created space and is not limited by it. Psalm 139, 7-12. Where can I go from your spirit? Where can I flee from your presence? If I go up to the heavens, you are there. If I make my bed in the depths, you are there. And Jeremiah 23:24. Who can hide in the secret places so that I cannot see them? Declares the Lord. Do not I fill heaven and earth? Declares the Lord. God is unchanging. Change depends on physical being. Malachi 3:6. For I am the Lord, I change not. Therefore, ye sons of Jacob are not consumed. God is a material spirit, and since he created matter, he is not made of matter, and spaceless, since he created space and transcends space. John 4:21-23. But an hour is coming, and now is, when the true worshippers shall worship the Father in spirit and truth. For such people the Father seeks to be his worshippers. In 1 Timothy 1:17, to the King of the ages, immortal, invisible, the only God, be honor and glory forever and ever. God is personal. The impersonal can't create personality, and only a personal free agent can cause a change from a changeless state. God is a spirit, God wills, he plans, he is compassionate, good, and loving and kind. God uses words, his deeds, his thoughts and purposes. God is capable of friendship, love, and fellowship. He makes promises, swears oaths. God knows grief, pleasure, and wrath. God is all-powerful, since he brought the entire universe, space-time, and matter into existence. Genesis 17:1. When Abraham was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, I am God Almighty. And Jeremiah 32:17. Ah, sovereign Lord, you have made the heavens and the earth by your great power and outstretched arm. Nothing is too hard for you. Matthew 19:26. Jesus looked at them and said, with man this is impossible, but with God all things are possible. God is timeless. Without physical events, there can be no time, and time began with the Big Bang. Revelation 1:8. I am the Alpha and Omega, says the Lord God, who is and who was and who is to come, the Almighty. And Revelation 4:8. Even under his wings, day and night, they never stop saying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come. God is necessary, as everything else depends on him. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Colossians 1:16. For in him all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or powers, or rulers or authorities, all things have been created through him and for him. Psalm 115:3. Our God is in the heavens. He does all that he pleases. God is omniscient, all-knowing. He created all contingent being and is not limited by it. Psalm 147:4 and 5. He determines the number of the stars and calls them each by name. Great is our Lord and mighty in power. His understanding has no limit. Proverbs 15:3. The eyes of the Lord are everywhere, keeping watch on the wicked and the good. Psalm 33:13. From heaven, the Lord looks down and sees all mankind. From his dwelling place, he watches all who live on earth. And 1 Chronicles 28:9. For the Lord searches every heart and understands every motive behind the thoughts. If you seek him, he will be found by you. But if you forsake him, he will reject you forever. God is absolutely independent and self-existent. He does not depend on a higher causal agency to exist. Isaiah 46:9. Remember the former things, those of long ago. I am God, and there is no other. I am God, and there is none like me. I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times what is still to come. God is infinite and singular, as you cannot have two infinities. God is diverse, yet has unity, as all multiplicity implies a prior singularity. God is one, yet he exists in three persons. Matthew 3:16 and 17. As soon as Jesus was baptized, he went up out of the water. At that moment, heaven was opened, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove and alighting on him. And a voice from heaven said, This is my Son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased. Matthew 28:19. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. And 2 Corinthians 13:14, the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the communion of the Holy Ghost be with you. Amen. God is extraordinarily intelligent, supremely to create everything in special language, complexity, factories, and molecular machines. God is all understanding. He created all contingent being, the universe, space, matter, and time. Psalm 147:5, great is our Lord and mighty in power. His understanding has no limit. And Isaiah 40:28, do you know now? Have you not heard? The Lord is the everlasting God, the creator of the ends of the earth. He will not grow tired or weary, and his understanding no one can fathom. God is purposeful as he deliberately created everything with goals in mind. 1 Peter 2:9, but you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light. Not only do philosophical inferences of the Kalam point to a creator, which must have 15 distinct characteristics which coincide with the description of the God revealed in the Bible, but the Bible does confirm in many ways God as the creator of the universe. Psalm 19:1, for the heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of his hands. Philosophical and scientific considerations match with the biblical account about the origin of the universe. Remarkably, science contradicting the Bible 100 years ago, claiming the universe was eternal, has shifted to the same conclusion. The universe had a beginning a finite time ago. The claim that the Kalam cosmological argument does not permit to infer a specific creator is not justified. Science, philosophy, and biblical theology converge together to one clear direction. The universe had a beginning, and therefore a cause. And that cause does staggeringly match with the description of the God that is revealed in the Bible. A common question follows when God is claimed to be the cause of the universe. Where did God come from? What created God? That is the same to ask, what caused the uncaused creator into being? God must be eternal, otherwise we would not have to ask. And what caused the cause of the creator into existence? Turtles all the way down. The first cause is necessary and uncaused. You might claim that the description of the nature of the creator is unproven and can therefore be dismissed. Such assertions are the consequence of an unsophisticated epistemological framework, a philosophical framework based on scientism or verificationism, where the claim is that in order for a claim to be meaningful, it must be proven to be true. That's not the case. A solid epistemological framework, in order to come to reliable conclusions about origins, is based on science, philosophy, and theology. What we try is to come up with is the best explanation. Nobody has proofs either of God's existence or that the natural world is all there is. What will you do with the evidence at hand? Are you an unbeliever? then you have no rational excuses to keep being so. The Kalam cosmological argument alone provides powerful evidence for the God of the Bible, and strong or positive atheism is an unjustified worldview and position. Many atheists resist to permit the evidence to lead wherever it is, no matter what. They want their preconceived worldview to be true at any cost. I can testify that the God which I am experiencing since I converted 35 years ago to be loving, just, graceful, and caring, and he receives anyone that comes to him. He is far from that caricature which is often portrayed. If you seek him, be assured you will find him, or better, he will find you. The Kalam cosmological argument is well known but still strongly disputed. Whatever begins to exist has a cause. While premise 1 seems obvious to most people, I have seen many times atheists demanding to prove that something cannot come from nothing.
For it to.
Because nothing has no power to do something.
Okay,
Something
stop.
cannot come
Stop.
from nothing.
First of all, your assertion that something cannot come from nothing is something you cannot demonstrate.
I don't have to demonstrate.
Yes, you do.
But
you don't just get to assert it and
No.
keep going. You know, yes, sir. You don't get to say something can't come from.
You know why?
Stop,
I
Otan.
think
Stop.
why.
Stop. I'm explaining why you cannot merely assert that. Of course, you can say it. I can say the moon is made of green cheese. You don't get to assert that something cannot come from nothing and expect someone to accept that until you demonstrate it. And you have no nothing with which to demonstrate this.
Rabbits do not come out from the magician's hut from nothing. We know there is a trick involved. As Descartes famously said, nothing comes out of nothing. Absolutely nothing, as the absence of anything, can't do something. It has no potentialities. It is the contrary of being, non-being. 0 multiplied by 0 is 0. That is inductive reasoning, which does not require empirical demonstration and testing. Nothing has no ontological value to be taken seriously as a possible explanation of anything, since it's the absence of any being. It cannot produce being. If there is no logical contradiction contained within the concept of nothing, then it could in principles and in fact exist. The state of non-being could be, but then we would not be here to talk about non-being. And since we are here, non-being has never been, but being has always been, in time and in eternity. An eternal being without beginning and without end exists. The law of cause and effect is the most universal and most certain of all laws. Every material effect must have an adequate cause. Hawking, in his last book before he died, wrote, "Spontaneous creation is the reason why there is something rather than nothing. Why we exist, why the universe exists, it is not necessary to invoke God that set the universe going." And Lawrence Krauss wrote in his book A Universe from Nothing following, "Indeed, the immediate motivation for writing this book now is a profound discovery about the universe that has driven my own scientific research for most of past 3 decades, and that has resulted in the startling conclusion that most of the energy in the universe resides in some mysterious, now inexplicable form permeating all of empty space. It is not an understatement to say that this discovery has changed the playing field of modern cosmology. For one thing, this discovery has produced remarkable new support for the idea that our universe arose from precisely nothing. Answer: if we define nothing as the absence of anything, then the assertion that the universe arose from precisely nothing is hogwash, a pure irrational nonsense. But when we continue reading, it becomes clear that the nothing which Krauss describes is not in fact absolutely nothing. He goes on and writes, as I have described already, the laws of quantum mechanics imply that on a very small scale, for very short times, empty space can appear to be a boiling, bubbling brew of virtual particles and fields wildly fluctuating in magnitude. It can be truly said that we all are here today because of quantum fluctuations in what is essentially nothing. If we were all stardust, as I have written, it is also true, if inflation happened, that we all literally emerged from quantum nothingness. Luke Barnes, a non-creationist astrophysicist who is a postdoctoral researcher at the Sydney Institute of Astronomy, University of Sydney, Australia, is scathing about Krauss and those who are like him. First and foremost, I'm getting really rather sick of cosmologists talking about universes being created out of nothing. Krauss repeatedly talked about universes coming out of nothing, particles coming out of nothing, different types of nothing, nothing being unstable. This is nonsense. The word nothing is often used loosely. I have nothing in my hand, there's nothing in the fridge, etc. But the proper definition of nothing is not anything. Nothing is not a type of something, not a kind of a thing. It is the absence of anything. Virtual particles are subatomic theoretical entities, and it's not even clear that they actually exist as opposed to being merely theoretical constructs. These particles, if they are real, do not come out of anything. The quantum vacuum is a sea of fluctuating energy, an arena of violent activity that has a rich physical structure and can be described by physical laws. These particles are thought to originate by fluctuations of the energy in the vacuum. So it's not an example of something coming into being out of nothing, or something coming into being without a cause. The quantum vacuum and the energy locked up in the vacuum are the cause of these particles. And then we have to ask, well, what is the origin of the whole quantum vacuum itself? Premise 2. The universe began to exist. How do we know this? Many claim that we cannot know it.
So from my understanding of it is that observations of a red shift indicate that things are moving apart from each other in the universe. And so if we were to rewind that, we would get to a possible singularity. And we have labeled the expanse of that singularity the Big Bang, kind of a misnomer, but that's all we have. And so the right thing to do is say, I don't know for the rest, because then you give yourself permission to learn, right? What you're doing is saying, I think that is a beginning point, therefore God. There's a chance it wasn't a beginning point, or there's a chance that that doesn't even make sense given the context of the way time and space interact.
Where does the universe come from? there are following possible answers to the question of the origin of the universe. The universe is eternal. It always has existed and always will exist. There are various proposals like oscillating universes, multiverses, infinite, regress, and so on. The universe was created by something that was also created with an infinite number of events going back in creation. The universe is not eternal, rather it created itself out of nothing, or the universe is not eternal and did not create itself out of nothing, but instead was created by something or someone outside of itself. How can we know that the universe most probably had a beginning? Scientific reasons to conclude that the universe had a beginning. The Hubble constant describes the relationship of the expansion rate of the universe and the distance to distant galaxies. In 1917, Einstein came up with the term called the cosmological constant. Later, Friedman and Belgian priest Lemaitre discovered that the value assigned to the cosmological constant to get the outward force of expansion and the contracting force of gravity are balanced just right and incredibly finely tuned. There is a vast range, basically infinite number of possibilities and values for the cosmological constant, and Lemaitre introduced this evidence to Einstein in a taxicab ride, and he said, "The best explanation faced the evidence is an expanding universe starting with the beginning of that expansion. That's the birth of the Big Bang Theory." In the 60s, Hawking started to investigate black hole physics. The gravitational forces of black holes are so intense they bend space in a way that not even light can get out. So Hawking rationalized, why do we not apply what we know about black holes and general relativity to the universe itself? If the universe is expanding, that means that everything was more compacted back in time until getting to a limit. So starting in 1968, Hawking attempted to elaborate the singularity theorem pointing to a beginning of the universe. Another point is that the energy had to be positive in order for an expansion to be able to occur. But according to quantum physics, where things are very small, energy would not have been positive, but fluctuating between positive and negative energy. While fluctuating, this quantum vacuum energy field would, by a lucky accident, meet the right conditions and forces and permit the universe to enter a period of very rapid expansion called inflation and cause the universe into existence. These ideas brought also forward new ideas, like the multiverse. If these virtual particles were fluctuating theoretically without a beginning. But in 1994, two physicists, Borden and Vilenkin, provided proof and showed that even a chaotic inflation model would require a beginning. Then, in 2003, they came up with a model called the Borden-Vilenkin theorem. It is based on special relativity, and what they showed was that even if the universe is expanding infinitely into the future, it must have had a starting point in time. The Borden-Vilenkin theorem is independent of any physical description of that moment. Their theorem implies that even if our universe is just a tiny part of a so-called multiverse, composed of many universes, the multiverse must have an absolute beginning. Vilenkin is blunt about the implications. It is said that an argument is what convinces reasonable man And the proof is what it takes to convince even an unreasonable man. With the proof now in place, cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning. Borde, Gut, and Vilenkin were able to prove that any universe which has on average been expanding throughout its history cannot be infinite in the past, but must have a past space-time boundary. In 2012, Vilenkin showed that models which do not meet this one condition still fail for other reasons to avoid the beginning of the universe. Vilenkin concluded none of these scenarios can actually be past eternal. All the evidence we have says that the universe had a beginning. And Arno Pensia said, astronomy leads us to a unique event, a universe which was created out of nothing, one with the very delicate balance needed to provide exactly the conditions required to permit life, and one which has an underlying, one might say, supernatural plan. And as well, in 2012, an article in the magazine New Scientist, Death of the Eternal Cosmos, from the cosmic egg to the infinite multiverse, every model of the universe has a beginning, stated. One shows that the problematic object called a naked singularity is a lot more likely to exist than previously assumed. The other suggests that the universe is not eternal, resurrecting the thorny question of how to kickstart the cosmos without the hand of a supernatural creator. Continuing, as cosmologist Alexander Vilenkin of Tufts University in Boston explained last week, that hope has been gradually fading and may now be dead. He showed that all these theories still demand a beginning. The universe can't possibly be eternal in the past, says Vilenkin. There must be some kind of boundary. Last year, Vilenkin and graduate student Audrey Mitani showed that the egg could not have existed forever at all, as quantum instabilities would force it to collapse after a finite amount of time. Further scientific evidence why the universe cannot be past eternal. Entropy and the second law of thermodynamics. Disorder and the unavailability of energy. Further scientific evidence that the universe had a beginning comes to the second law of thermodynamics, or the law of entropy. This law says that in a closed universe, the finite amount of energy is winding down, moving towards a time when all energy will be expanded. The second law of thermodynamics relates to a concept called entropy. The directions associated with the second law, heat transfer from hot to cold, for example, are related to the tendency in nature for systems to become disordered and for less energy to be available for use as work. As entropy increases, less and less energy in the universe is available to do work. Eventually, all fuels will be exhausted, all temperatures will equalize, and it will be impossible for heat engines to function or for work to be done. Entropy increases in a closed system, such as the universe. But in terms of the universe and the very long-term, very large-scale picture, the entropy of the universe is increasing, and so the availability of energy to do work is constantly decreasing. Eventually, when all stars have died, all forms of potential energy have been utilized, and all temperatures have equalized, there will be no possibility of doing work. Philosophical reasons why the universe nor quantum effect potentials cannot be past eternal. Let's suppose you start counting the steps of the walking man. Count and add one step after the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. The man keeps walking, and you keep counting his steps. Whenever he stops, the number of steps that you count is finite. The man can walk 1,000 years or 1,000,000,000. The number of steps he walked is always finite, never infinite. Now imagine that our man started walking back past in time, reached now, and stops. Now, this point of time in the present is a point of time future to all past. Correct? In other words, we are future to yesterday. Now, some have suggested that the universe is eternal, but this present moment in time can't represent an actual infinite number of events added one to another proceeding from the past. Time has proceeded forward from the past as one event is added onto another to get us to today. But we know that whenever you pause in the count, as we've done right now, that you can't have an infinite number of past events, which means that there is not an infinite number of events that goes backwards from this point in time. Only a finite number of events did pass, which means the universe is not eternal, which means the universe has not existed forever and ever with no beginning, but in fact had a beginning. In the next video, we will give a closer look in order to attempt to find out about which cause is the best candidate to explain the cause of the universe. Today, the existence or non-existence of God keeps being one of the hottest debated topics. There are hundreds of groups on Facebook, books, articles, TV shows, YouTube channels, debate forums on the web. Secular organizations deal solely with the quest of God's existence. Theists and atheists meet, each side providing reasons for why they believe or do not believe in God. The quest of God's existence is probably as old as humanity and the most fundamental of all. The worldview we adopt shapes our values, morals, and provides us with answers in regards of the meaning of our existence and our origins. There were always tribes and people without a belief in the supernatural whatsoever. In modern history, the Age of Enlightenment, in the period of the French Revolution, starting in the late 18th century, catapulted atheism and opened the way for the 19th century movements of rationalism, free thought, and humanism. Marx claimed that the oppressed working class was using religion to create a dream world. He claimed that man creates religion, religion does not create man. Nietzsche proclaimed that God is dead. Feuerbach criticized Christianity and advanced ideas of materialism. State atheism took it violently on theism, faith, and religion. Under more recent regimes of the 19th century, for example, under Russia led by Stalin and China by Mao, many believers were tortured, imprisoned, and killed for their religious beliefs. In this century, the number of unbelievers and atheists in the Western world has increased, and many organizations defend all kinds of flavors of atheism, ranging from agnosticism, weak atheism, strong atheism, free thinking, skepticism, humanism, and the list goes on. Many defend their views vehemently and elaborate sophisticated ethological arguments which supposedly back up the view that either the natural world is all there is, or that there is simply not sufficient evidence of God's existence. Some go to the length of claiming that it's justified keeping an agnostic position of not knowing about the origins. We don't know, but science is working on it. These are today very commonly seen arguments from the no God hypothesis camp. But is it justified? I argue that it's not. I think George Washington Carver brought it beautifully to the point. I love to think of nature as an unlimited broadcasting station through which God speaks to us every hour if we will only tune in. Could it be that the problem is not lack of evidence of God's existence, but the lack of willingness to tune in? That is, to put all bias aside and trying to give honest consideration to the evidence that eventually points to God? By the educational system in the West, but also, for example, communist China, natural science built upon the foundation not only of methodological but as well as philosophical naturalism, affirming the existence of the universe and beings and events inside deserve only explanations of origins by natural means, that the supernatural or intelligence should be excluded a priori as a possible causal agency, since God's intervening cannot be tested. This ignores the fact that historical events altogether cannot be repeated in the laboratory and are not conducive to scientific study and testing. The environmental conditions back in the past are not known. Creation is a possible explanation and should never have been excluded a priori in sciences dealing with historical events, but considered and compared side by side to natural explanations. Stephen Hawking declared famously, "One can't prove that God doesn't exist, but science makes God unnecessary." And Lawrence Krauss claimed in an interview with Suzanne Mazur, "Science is incompatible with the doctrines of the world's major religions." As Steven Weinberg commented, "Science does not make it impossible to believe in God, it just makes it possible to not believe in God. Once you have science, you realize that God becomes unnecessary." So is science on the side of atheism then? In other words, is science And should it be essentially materialistic? Is there a dispute between science and religion? Let me cite Carl Woese. He has been described as the most important evolution scientist of the 20th century. Someone else said that Woese did more for biology than any biologist in history, including Darwin. Woese was the discoverer of the third domain of life. His pioneering efforts defined a completely different type of primordial cell, known as archaea. In October 2012, in what appears to be his last public interview, he answered to Suzanne Mazur. I do not like people saying that atheism is based on science, because it's not. It's an alien invasion of science. What does that mean? Norman Geisler said, the creation evolution debate is not religion versus science or the Bible versus science. It's about good science versus bad science. Likewise, it's not faith versus reason. It's about reasonable faith versus unreasonable faith. God's existence cannot be proven empirically, but we can come to informed conclusions when we base our inquiry on a sound epistemological framework. The best methodology to make meaningful inferences and conclude the best, most accurate worldview is based on the current wealth of knowledge of operational and historical sciences, philosophy, and theological considerations. One must have the disposition to analyze the evidence as much honest and unbiased as possible, permitting the evidence to lead wherever it is. An unbiased starting point for inquiry of worldviews and explanations of origins is essential in order to come as close as possible to gain a realistic understanding of reality, the most probable truth of ultimate reality that includes physics and metaphysics. That means proper understanding of science, philosophical and theological explanations, and searching for truth without eliminating possible theistic implications a priori. The two main points of inquiry are if there is a direct revelation expressed in one of the existing religions that is trustworthy, and if the physical natural world points to a creator or not. If there is a conversion of the three faculties into one predominant direction, which tops the other. One approach is first to make an inquiry in a search to find answers if there are signs and signatures of the past action of a creator in the natural world or not. For that, we need to know what constitutes evidence and signature of design, and the past action of intelligence. When we say something is designed, we mean it as created intentionally and planned for a purpose. Designed objects are fashioned by intelligent agents who have a goal in mind, and their creations reflect the purpose for which they were created. We infer the existence of an intelligent designer by observing certain effects that are habitually associated with conscious activity. Rational agents often detect the prior activity of other designing minds by the character of the effects they leave behind. A machine is made for specific goals and organized, given that the operation of each part is dependent on the being properly arranged with respect to every other part, and to the system as a whole. Encoded messages and instructional blueprints indicate an intelligent source, and so does apply mathematical principles and logic gates. As will be demonstrated in the next episodes, we find each of the mentioned signs in nature. In this video, we will give a closer look to 8 main points. The first, demand, asking for verifiable proofs of God's existence. 2. Establishing a framework of investigation of origins. 3. Bayesian probability and science. 4. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. 5. The claim of not knowing about origins. 6. Strong atheism is a religion. 7. Naturalism. And 8. Theism. There are some arguments, requirements, and demands in atheist versus theist debates brought up by atheists that come up over and over and with frequent regularity. In this video, we will give a look at some of them and expose the inadequacy and why the inferences are misleading. Demand. No one has ever produced any verifiable evidence for any god. All the religions make that claim for their specific god. Well, I want some proof, hard verifiable proof. Response. When someone asks for conclusive proofs, that person immediately demonstrates little or no philosophical education in methods of how to establish a sound and solid epistemological framework to investigate origins. Usually, this challenge goes hand in hand with the claim that there is no evidence of God's existence. What they want to say, however, is that there is no empirical proof. When a non-believer in God makes the claim that there is no proof of God's existence, he immediately and implicitly admits there is no proof that the natural world is all there is either. Otherwise, he would say, "We know the natural world is all there is. Here is the proof." For that, however, he would have to be all-knowing, which he is not. He chooses the no God hypothesis based on no reason at all. There is no empirical proof of God's existence, but there is neither that the known universe, the natural physical material world, is all there is. To prove God does not exist, we would need to be all-knowing, which we are not. The burden of proof cannot be met on both sides. Therefore, the right philosophical question is, how can we best explain our existence and reality? Through naturalism or theism? Nobody has empirical proofs of either God's existence or that the natural, observable world is all there is. All we can do is debate which worldview explains best our existence. Consequently, the right question to come to the most accurate, case-correct, evidence-based inference and conclusion does not need, require, or demand an empirical demonstration of God's existence, but we can elaborate philosophical inferences, either affirm or deny the existence of a creator based on circumstantial evidence, logic, and reason. Some also make categorical and absolute claims like Dan Barker. There is no evidence of God's existence. It is not far more accurate to say, I am not convinced by the evidence presented. One must also clarify what is meant by evidence. Most mean with evidence reasons. I am not convinced by the reasons or inferences presented by believers about the existence of their deity. Case in fact, we are all looking all at the same evidence and draw different interpretations of origins. There are no empirical, absolute, or conclusive proofs in regards of the origins of the physical world. Another common mistake made by atheists is demanding for empirical scientific proofs alone and dismissing answers based on philosophy and theism. We need to endorse a worldview that makes sense and is a consequence of a carefully chosen and elaborated methodology of an epistemological framework and applied to do a consistent, correct to the case research and coming to meaningful and most accurate possible conclusions in regards of origins and reality. There are several ways, but empiricism is a cornerstone of the scientific method. Empiricism in philosophy is the view that all concepts originate in experience, that all concepts are about or applicable to things that can be experienced, or that all rationally acceptable beliefs or propositions are justifiable or knowable only through experience. Can or should we use the scientific method and empiricism alone, where the scientific method is the primary epistemology for truth claims? This approach is based on observations of the natural world, but philosophy and theology are a priori rejected. Is it justified? About 150 years ago, Thomas Huxley and members of the group called the X Club effectively hijacked science into a vehicle to promote materialism, which is the philosophy that everything we see is purely the result of natural processes, apart from the action of any kind of God, and hence science can only allow natural explanations. Huxley was a personal friend of Charles Darwin, who was more introverted and aggressively fought the battle for him. Wikipedia has an interesting article worth reading titled X Club. It reveals a lot about the attitudes, beliefs, and goals of this group. Huxley said that it was a waste of time to dialogue with creationists. The discussions always went nowhere. His approach was to attack the person, not the argument. He never discussed their evidence in an open manner. Establishing public understanding that science and God were incompatible was his major goal. To discuss anything in an open venue with those looking at science from a religious perspective would only give them credibility. Huxley and the X-Club members had exclusive control of the British Royal Society presidency for 13 consecutive years, from 1873 to 1885. Their goal was to convert the society into a vehicle to promote materialism. They succeeded in this even to this day. As such, they were actually pseudoscientists, placing personal philosophical preferences above honest scientific analysis. Modern evolutionary science has come to follow this example. If something challenges materialism, it is rejected as false science regardless of its strength. As a sales tactic, this approach has been effective. Materialists discuss all of the well-known advances and understandings from legitimate science and then claim that they also apply to the results of evolutionary dogma. To challenge evolutionary dogma in any manner is to go against the understanding of the vast majority of scientists across many fields of study. And therefore, evolutionary science is understood to be fact, and it is false science even to acknowledge that challengers have anything legitimate to say. This challenged the true heart of this philosophy that has hijacked science for the last 150 years and continues to this day. Because of the materialistic bias of modern science, it is forbidden, on the one hand, to talk simultaneously about the biochemical and genomic information requirements to implement a natural origin of life, and on the other hand, the scientifically observed capabilities of natural processes to meet these needs. The chasm is virtually infinite. This is obvious to anyone who looks at it without bias. But since the goal is to support materialism at any cost, this discussion is forbidden. The easiest way to win a war is for your enemy to be ignorant of your tactics and agenda. So they disguise their agenda of materialism to make people equate it with science. They have largely been successful in this up to the present day. 2. Establishing a framework of investigation. What are the possible worldviews to explain why there is something rather than nothing? Either there is a God or not. So there are only two hypotheses from which to choose. John Lennox. There are not many options, essentially just two. Either human intelligence owes its origin to mindless matter, or there is a creator. It's strange that some people claim that all it is their intelligence that leads to prefer the first to the second. Luke Barnes. I don't know which one of these two statements is true. Is a very different state of knowledge from I don't know which one of these trillion statements is true. Our probabilities can and should reflect the size of the set of possibilities. Either life was created by an intelligent creator, or life started by random, unguided chemical reactions. Some try to sugarcoat the mechanism of abiogenesis as chemical evolution, and a considerable number of science papers to smuggle the evolutionary jargon into abiogenesis. But there has to be made a clear distinction. Evolution is only a possible candidate to explain origins once DNA replication was set up. Some have tried to brandmark this dichotomy as a black and white fallacy or a false dilemma fallacy, when only two choices are presented yet more exist, or a spectrum of possible choices exists between two extremes. False dilemmas are usually characterized by either this or that language, but can also be characterized by omissions of choices. So is either intelligent design or chance a false dilemma? Many times, proponents of natural causes try to argue in that manner. Like Richard Dawkins, the more statistically improbable a thing is, the less can we believe that it just happened by blind chance. Superficially, the obvious alternative to chance is an intelligent designer, but Charles Darwin showed how it is possible for blind physical forces to mimic the effects of conscious design, and by operating as a cumulative filter of chance variations, to lead eventual to organized and adaptive complexity, to mosquitoes and mammoths, to humans, and therefore indirectly to books and computers. Darwin's theory is now supported by all the available relevant evidence, and its truth is not doubted by any serious modern biologist. What Dawkins, however, conveniently does not say is the fact that the origin of life cannot be explained through evolution. Eugene Konin, in his book The Logic of Chance, directly opposes what Dawkins said. Koenig states clearly as the proposed mechanism to explain the origin of RNA monomers chance, and in order to remain in the realm of materialism, multiverses as a possible explanation. So we remain at the dichotomy of two possible explanations in regards to the origin of life, chance and intelligent design. Some claim here might be other possible options of worldviews, not just two. We have just not figured it out yet. We can apply Russell's teapot. If the unbeliever wishes to claim that there are other options, it's upon him to demonstrate it. Assertions without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Either there is a God, creator and causal agency of the universe, or not. God either exists or he doesn't. These are the only two possible explanations. A typical misconception about science is that it can tell us what will definitely happen now or in the future given enough time, or what would certainly have happened in the past given enough time. The truth is, science is limited in that it does not grant absolute truth, but only yields degrees of probability or likelihood. Science isn't in the business of proving things. Rather, science judges the merits of competing models in terms of their simplicity, clarity, comprehensiveness, and fit to the data. We speak in terms of acceptance, confidence, and probability, not proof. If by proof is meant the establishment of eternal and absolute truth, open to no possible exception or modification, then proof has no place in the natural sciences. Bayesian inference is a method of statistical inference in which Bayes' theorem is used to update the probability of a hypothesis as more evidence or information becomes available. Bayesian inference is an important technique in statistics and especially in mathematical statistics. Bayesian updating is particularly important in the dynamic analysis of a sequence of data. Bayesian inference has found application in a wide range of activities, including science, engineering, philosophy, medicine, sport, and law, and historical sciences, including intelligent design theory, which tries to explain how most probably past events occurred. That is similar to abductive reasoning. Abductive reasoning is a form of logical inference which goes from an observation to a theory which accounts for the observation, ideally seeking to find the simplest and most likely explanation. In abductive reasoning, unlike in deductive reasoning, the premises do not guarantee the conclusion. One can understand the abductive reasoning as instant deduction to the best explanation. Any worldview is limited in that it does not grant absolute truth, but only yields degrees of probability or likelihood. Bayesian inference is a method of statistical inference in which Bayes' theorem is used to update the probability of a hypothesis as more evidence or information becomes available. Bayesian inference has found application in a wide range of activities, including science, theology, and philosophy. After careful examination, all we can do is come to instant deduction of the best explanation. Accepting the best explanation maximizes the robustness of one's position relative to accepting any other available explanatory hypothesis. Even Darwin applied this method. He wrote, "To be brief, I assume that species arise like our domestic varieties with much extinction. And it seems to me that supposing that such hypothesis were to explain general propositions, we ought, in accordance with the common way of following all sciences, to admit it till some better hypothesis be found. It asserts the superior explanatory power of a proposed cause based upon its known causal adequacy, and based upon a lack of demonstrated efficacy among the competing proposed causes. The problem is that nature has too many options and without design couldn't sort them all out. The odds of natural unguided mechanisms to produce even one essential protein in a prebiotic cell for life to emerge are astronomically high, far beyond what can be reasonably accepted as likely or even possible. And based on evidence seen in biochemistry on a molecular level, we can now say affirmatively and conclusively that Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection in regards of first degree macroevolutionary level has been falsified. The real mechanisms that explain biodiversity and complex organismal architecture are pre-programmed instructional complex information encoded in various genetic and epigenetic languages and communication by various signaling codes through various signaling networks. That brings us to the origin by an intelligent designer. 2. Do theists have the burden of proof? Rick Gervais claimed atheism is the lack of belief in a God. It makes no claims. It merely rejects the claim that a God or gods exists. Nothing more. Unbelievers adopt various strategies to avoid the burden of proof. They say the theist makes the claim that there is a God, therefore it's upon them to meet the burden of proof and show evidence. That has become common today, and the I don't know card is played frequently. Or they say, science is working on it, or we hold a neutral position. Precisely when they claim that this is an honest position, they try to hide the opposite. It is a dishonest tactic to cover the fact that an unbeliever is not holding that view based on reason but bad will, suppressing the truth. It is not a mere lack of belief, it is a positive choice not to believe. Will is at play. Atheists don't see any evidence of God because no matter what evidence is shown, it's not their motivation to acknowledge its rational soundness, but to deny it. Atheists demand only who makes the claim has the burden of proof. If theists make the claim that God exists, the burden of proof is theirs. Response: if non believers in God are going to argue that adequate answers exist without the need of God, they are at least going to have to provide sufficient explanations based on materialism and naturalism. Asking to provide positive, compelling evidence that points to the fact that the natural world can have an origin by its own and exists without a necessary cause is not the same as to ask for evidence that God does not exist. Both sides must be able to present and adopt a well-articulated, through-going positive worldview based on positive evidence that results in good reasons to infer naturalism or creationism or intelligent design. What the debater must present is a positive case for theism or atheism by reference to the evidence that favors a theistic or atheistic interpretation of reality. When an atheist makes the claim that there is no proof of God's existence, he immediately and implicitly admits there is no proof that the natural world is all there is either. Nonetheless, he chooses that option based on no reason at all. So here they admit believing there is no God by faith. Amazing. 4. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And Carl Sagan said, what counts is not what sounds plausible, not what we would like to believe, not what one or two witnesses claim, but only what is supported by hard evidence, rigorously and skeptically examined. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. The proposition God exists has extremely high probability of being correct, and therefore extraordinary evidence is not needed. The proposition nature is all there is has little probability of being correct. Therefore, extraordinary evidence is required. And Michael Behe said, the overwhelming appearance of design strongly affects the burden of proof. In the presence of manifest design, the onus of proof is on the one who denies the plain evidence of his eyes. The appearance of design can be very clearly perceived in nature, and this means that the burden of proof should be on those who dissent from this common sense conclusion. Alvin Plantinga, the description of certain features of the cosmos causes in us a powerful impression that there must be an intelligent cause, and this is sufficient justification for believing in design. We can intuitively recognize nature as designed. As such, teleological explanations are natural to us in the sense that they are in line with our natural cognitive perceptions and so easy to recognize. Children are not born atheists, but as soon as they are of sufficient age, they can recognize design intuitively. God has hand-wired our brains, so it is natural to use to recognize as obvious. Creation requires a creator, and design a designer, and purposefully made things a creator which made them with purpose. Intuition alone might not suffice to formulate a consistent epistemological foundation, but contribute and help. 5. The claim of not knowing about origins. The claim is we replace God with honesty by saying we don't know, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. The fact that we don't currently know does not mean we will never know because we have science. The best method we have for answering questions about things we don't know. Simply saying God did it is making up an answer because we are too lazy to try to figure out the real truth. Science still can't explain where life came from and is honest about it. No atheist believes the universe came from nothing. Science doesn't even waste its time trying to study what came before the Big Bang and creation of the universe. Based on the first law of thermodynamics, many think matter and energy are atemporal, and before the Big Bang, everything was a singularity. But very few people are interested in studying that because it won't change anything in our knowledge about the universe. Paul Davies argues that there are really no other alternatives given that the God hypothesis and the many universes ideas are equally flawed, untestable, and to him unsatisfactory. He would rather find an explanation for the existence of the universe from within the universe itself rather than appealing to something outside the universe that can never be known, be that an intelligent designer or a plentitude of multiple universes. But do we really require empirical proofs in order to endorse a position in regards of origins and ultimate reality in order to be intellectually satisfying? I don't think so. The Apostle Paul brought it straight to the point 2000 years ago when the understanding of the natural world was far distant from what we do know today. The claim of not knowing is an attempt to avoid the burden of proof and pushing it back to the believer. which is, according to them, the only one making a positive claim. A positive choice not to believe in God is not a mere as tough passive lack or absence of belief. It is indeed a choice to refuse to accept whatever evidence for the existence of a supreme being is presented, and in most cases, at least 99% of the cases, to accept that there even is any such evidence. We can make an inference to the best explanation of origins based on the wealth of scientific information, philosophy, theology, and using sound abductive, inductive, and deductive reasoning. Atheists, rather than admit a creator as the only rational response to explain our existence, prefer to confess ignorance, despite the wealth of scientific information that permits to reach informed conclusions. The atheist Francois Tremblay, which runs the webpage Strong Atheism, in his essay Herding Cats Why Atheism Will Lose, writes, if the atheist cannot answer to his most fundamental beliefs on the nature of reality and cognition, then his atheism is worthless in terms of validation. It is nothing more than a big paper tiger made from the finest cardboard. Pretty amazing. When you then hear these same people claiming they are open minded, logical, reasonable, and so on. When an atheist claims he is being rational in claiming there is no God or doesn't believe in any God, he is following the self imposed willful blindness to rationality itself, rather than the openness he claims. And William Lane Craig writes, Truth said, this is a deceptive game played by many atheists. If atheism is taken to be a view, namely the view that there is no God, then atheists must shoulder their share of the burden of proof to support this view. 6. Strong atheism is a religion. It is also noteworthy that when it is convenient, the same person that endorses the weak atheism position mutates or changes color like a chameleon. Suddenly, they become engaged and fervent defenders of the no God needed hypothesis by positing arguments that supposedly back up the claim that no God is necessary. In fact, the new atheists are alive and active, and a quick Google search will provide thousands of links even to humanist churches. They are even getting, as a non theistic community, the same legal rights as groups such as Christianity. If atheism makes no claims, then it has no meaning. But if the atheist wishes to make a case for the non requirement of a God, then he has to back up why he thinks so. If atheists ask to sit on the table and make a case for naturalism, then the believer has the right to expect that the unbeliever provides positive reasons that demonstrate why naturalism is more compelling than the theistic worldview. Disbelieving in God creates a vacuum, and that vacuum has to be filled with something else. The same atheist which confesses non-belief is the same that joins atheist theist debate groups on Facebook and actively opposes believers and posts anti-Christian comments of various social media platforms, be it on Twitter, Mivi, or many other places. For a non-belief, a non-religion, atheism seems to be a quite busy enterprise with its stars propagators, atheist gurus like Lawrence Krauss, Richard Dawkins, Bill Nye, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Although many atheists deny that atheism is a worldview, they commonly share a number of beliefs, such as the belief in cosmical evolution, chemical evolution, biological evolution, and in special, what unites all of them is the claim that there is no evidence of a creator God. It is very common to see atheists arguing that they're on the side of rationality and reason, while believers in God believe in magic. They claim, I don't believe in magic. In 2,000-year-old stories from sheep herders filled with discrepancies, virgins giving birth, snakes and donkeys talking. Response: when unbelievers ridicule the inference of God as magic, they seem not to be aware that replacing a creative, intelligent organizing power by random, unplanned, and undirected, unguided events, that is in reality the appeal to magic that can't be demonstrated to be possible to occur. Either our existence is a miracle in any case, and then the common objection of unbelievers calling God creating magic is disingenuous at best, or then, alternatively, the origin of reality and being by natural means should be so obvious that there should and would be no questioning in its regards. If nature is all there is, either nothing must have produced the physical laws and matter, space, and time, or the universe would have to be eternal, which is impossible. Then, for no reason or purpose, somehow, magically, by random chance, the right parameters finely tuned to produce the right expansion rate of the universe and stars, which are necessary for advanced life to exist, life, instructional information, cell factories, biodiversity, minds, consciousness, language, and logic. How many times did that list violate the laws of physics, logic, and information? Any worldview is limited in that it does not grant absolute.
Hi everyone. Since the video was a little bit fuzzy, I see. I don't now know why it is so. Anyway, someone wants to come in to have a chat. Um, the link is in the description. StreamYard link. Come in and we can have a chat. Hello, Tony.
Yeah, I'd like Immutable to come in because he's claiming a lot about abiogenesis, and that whole field of chemistry is a total disaster. Just amazing how the internet atheist is so clueless, you know, Antangelo? What a joke.
Just a moment, Anthony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. I just want to shut down here the video which is talking in the background. Okay. Okay. How are you doing, Tony?
Good. I was saying that the early Earth has 500 different amino acids to somehow filter and produce the correct ones for functional proteins. They'll go into their microenvironment or some sort of natural filtration system.
Yes, that is a science paper which is claiming that.
No, Speed, you're obsessed with pudding. That was actually you who said that. You have no answers for prebiotic chemistry anyway, dude. Go back to your meth lab. You make no sense. Immutable should know better because he actually has a background in chemistry.
Tony, I think we should call it my channel at least people by their name, like Michael is Speed of Sound of Gravity. I would like to maintain it polite here, and I don't like it when depreciative names are given to people, especially when they are not sharing our views. I think it is important that we are polite with everyone, you know. So I put that at my description. I don't want name calling. I don't want that kind of stuff. I want constructive dialogue with unbelievers,
Sure.
with
We
people
could,
of other beliefs.
yeah, we can
And
discuss the chemistry. They're not PhD chemists, neither one of them. They
no,
want
no,
to,
we are neither. Nobody of us is.
right, right.
So that is irrelevant, I think. You know.
As far as the chemistry, it's not working under prebiotic conditions.
Yes, I know. I know.
There is such serious problems.
Yeah, Tony, Michael, he told me that he will not come into the chat when you are in because I think you guys have some disagreement one with each other.
He's a waste
And
of time. He's a total waste of time. I'll talk to Immutable. He has at least some knowledge on it.
I mean, Tony, I think if we decide to interact with people, then just telling them that they are a waste of time is not productive. You know, I think.
You can bring him in. I'll go out if you want to talk to him. You want to talk to Speed, I'll go out. You can talk to him and waste your time.
No, no, Tony, it is, I am making a comment more in a general sense. You know, as I told Saturday at Michael's channel, he questioned me why I don't question John Maddox in regards of the chemistry thing, you know. And I told him, well, I don't agree with that view that John Maddox is wrong in regards of this, because there is a distance between the anticodons and the site where the amino acid is charged. So I defend John Maddox in regard of this issue. But I told Michael, and I am saying here again, I don't agree with the name calling and with the depreciative tone and ridicularizing atheists. And I've told that to John Maddox in an email. I've told it to Smokey as well. And it is not how I want at least to have the conduct of believers at my channel. If they want to do it like that in their channels, that's their choice. They're free to do it. But here I want just a friendly dialogue with atheists,
Sure.
where each side can expose their views, what they believe, without lowering the level to personal attacks. You know.
Okay, let's discuss just the chemistry. We don't have to. That's
Yes.
fine.
Yes, that
The,
is my aim,
sure, the chemistry.
I take my freedom, Tony, to anyone. It can be from the atheist side or the theist side. When I see that this isn't stopping, I can admonish one, two times, and when it's not stopping, then I will just friendly say, hey, let's give a stop for some time and think over the way how you're treating someone
Yeah.
else. So, you know.
I'll just be neutral then. Let me ask you, how plausible are some of these environments that the atheist camp is proposing? Explain it to all of us.
Yeah, it's not plausible. That is for sure, Tony. I agree with you. I agree with you.
You have the amino acid problem. You have a peptide bonding problem. No chemist in the world has produced functional proteins under prebiotic conditions. They have no plausible coherent scenarios that's ever worked. Well, come on into the chat, Speed. If you have something to contribute, abiogenesis has made no progress in 70 years. Is that true, Antangelo? You going to invite Speed in? Well, come on in, Speed. You hear me, Antangelo?
Yes.
So, Speed, where's all the advancements in 70 years with abiogenesis research? You know, because, you know, Antangelo, the atheist community is going to put forth that we're completely wrong. Yet they have mountains of evidence of life from non-life. They don't have one single example.
Yeah, it's true.
So this chemistry is so plausible, they can't, but yet they can't show it once. Nowhere close.
Yeah, science is far away from it.
But it's so plausible. Every year we hear, you know, oh, breakthroughs and advancements. We got this molecule to do this. We ran it through a purification system and a DNA sequencing machine. That could happen on the early Earth, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But that's what they have to believe in, that someday they will find out how it works without God, and they hope that this one day will occur, but we know that statistically it is in the realm of the absolutely impossible. So
They need enzymes for all these experiments, pre-existing enzymes.
yeah, the chicken and egg problem, catch 22. Yeah.
Yeah, so invite them in, man. Jimmy Snow, what a joke he was, Jimmy Snow.
Yeah.
He said they have these plausible environments. They just don't have the exact one though that works. Post the link, Christian peasant. I think Neff is going to battle Neff. Another flood debate, which I don't even care about. I'm so sick of the flood debates.
No flood, yes.
I don't want to hear any more about Noah's flood, ape to man evolution, Piltdown man. I could care less. All the research right now is in origin of life field.
Yeah.
Well, nobody's coming in.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Well, nobody's coming in, so.
I think I put, yeah.
Who are you going to call next? You going to call Jimmy Snow again? Atheist Experience?
No, I'll give it time, Tony, because I've called three weekends in a row,
That's a
and
waste.
if I call in too much, then they will block me, and will happen the same thing as at the atheist experience. So
Yeah, yeah. The
I
Atheist Edge
get,
guy, you got pretty good when you said designing life in the lab would only prove intelligent design, and he agreed.
yeah, I like Jim Hall. I think he's a pretty nice guy.
But he agreed with you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's honest to agree with it, you know. He's honest.
I'd like to see you debate maybe Matt Dillahunty or Aaron Ra on Origin of Life.
Oh, they don't want to debate me. They both avoid me. They have blocked me on Facebook.
You discussed abiogenesis with them?
Well, I called in at the line and I asked about the factory argument, and then he did hang up on me because my wife was making some noise, and I asked her to close the door, and then he thought that I was interrupting him, and he did hang up on me. I mean, quite a bit of a hypocrisy if you think that he interrupts people all the time, but if someone else interrupts him, then he hangs up. So, quite a double standard.
Right. I don't see any advancements in this field, and the things that they're trying are so contrived. I don't see how it helps their, prebiotic early Earth conditions.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
They will not come closer to solve their riddle. They will just see how difficult it is more and more.
yeah, I agree. I don't see how using designed equipment, DNA, RNA sequencing machines, all these purification systems that they use in a lab, I don't see how that's helping the naturalistic approach.
It isn't. It isn't. It is not helping. Okay, I'll put the video here and then I'll do some other things and come to have a look here later, Tony.
All right. Talk to you later. Thanks,
Yeah,
Angelo.
bye. Bye.
Well, welcome to the Science and Faith podcast with Dr. James Tour, and I'm your host, James Tour. And you can visit me and see my professional credentials at jmtour.com or my social media at drjamestour.com. And this particular podcast is being done in collaboration with Crosspoint Church and West University Baptist Church. And for future podcasts, you can go to signup.drjamestour.com to be part of the questioning audience in the future. So I'm a real practicing scientist. That's what I do for a living. That's what I get paid to do. And I love Jesus more than anything else in the world. So if you put those two together, I'm sure that this is an unusual podcast. And my purpose for this podcast is unabashedly to see Jesus Christ glorified by seeing people get saved. And secondly, to have Christians
in about 60, 61 AD. So that's you start looking at that type of historical evidence. You have to ask, well, what changed James' mind? What changed Paul's mind? Why were these early disciples willingly accepting martyrdom, not for an abstract philosophy, but for something they said they saw and were in a position to know was false if on the basis of their own eyewitness testimony. So as I began to look at those historical sources, I found them very compelling, that the gospel story was not only a story that gave us hope, but one that was grounded in historical fact. And it takes a while to kind of sift through all that evidence, but it's pretty powerful, and it's convinced me. And obviously the encounter with Christ, I mean, no, I shouldn't say obviously, but for me, the person of Christ encountered in the pages of Scripture is just a very compelling person. He brings together two things that we humans very rarely bring together. In fact, this happens over and over, but we have right now, tenderhearted in our political discourse, compassionate liberals and hard-headed conservatives, and Jesus seemed to bring together grace and truth. He brought them together in one person, and we tend to bifurcate. We accept one side or the other of a whole bunch of dichotomies. And so I found his person very unique. And then when I examined the claims of the narratives historically, I became convinced that what the Gospels are recording had actually happened. And so the human condition, I think, looks very different if you realize that there is life, there is every prospect of life eternal if you accept the gift that Christ is offering.
Well, that's great. That's great. I've never heard it put that way, that none of us are going to get off the planet alive. That's an interesting way of putting it. I guess it takes a philosopher to sum it in that way.
I'm a bit of an amateur astronomer, Jim, and I've been up late last week looking at the comet, and last 2 nights, beautiful views of Saturn and Jupiter and the moons. And as you begin to just looking at the sky in that way, and the night sky in particular, and you realize the vastness of the universe, where now the astronomers now tell us there's at least 200 billion galaxies the size of the Milky Way. And then we have our own, solar system, and it is a beautiful system. Newton said that this most beautiful system of sun, planets, and comets could only proceed from the counsel and dominion of an intelligent and powerful being. It's a wonderful quote from the General Scholium. So there's a sense of order and beauty, but also apart from the belief in a divine creator, the vastness of the universe is kind of terrifying, because you realize we're just on a one little blue dot, so anomalous, so unusual among all the planetary bodies. We have liquid water here. We're just the right axial tilt we're just the right distance from a sun of just the right size to sustain life. It suggests design, but if you don't accept that, then we're just here for a little tiny speck of time on a little tiny speck. And what is man that the psalmist says, "What is man that thou art mindful of him?" But what if there's no one there, and we're all that's the only conscious life on the planet? After we die, we rot, and that's it. So to me, there's always been this kind of existential dichotomy. If God is real, then meaning is possible. If he's not, then we can enjoy life as best we can for the short time we're here, but there's no possibility of ultimate meaning. Nothing can mean anything to a planet or a rock or a star. Things only mean things to persons. So unless there's an ultimate person who exists after we pass on, there is no prospect of ultimate meaning to human existence. And I think that's why the resurrection, and why God coming in the flesh and revealing himself as the reality behind the universe really does change everything.
Beautiful. Thank you, Steve. Now you just took this in the direction that I was hoping it was going to go. You talked a little bit about the fine tuning of the universe. Now I want you to narrow that down and talk about the fine tuning that it would take to have life, or that it takes to have life. Talk about constants that you might know of, or the fine tuning around life itself.
I've got a new book coming out, as you know, about extending the argument for intelligent design in an overtly theistic direction. I think I've written as if you on the origin of life problem, and there's such exquisite evidence of design in the inner workings of the cell. But if you, at least theoretically, some have proposed, even Francis Crick proposed, that the cell was designed and transported here to Earth. He was so taken with the severity of the origin of life problem, he suggested that maybe life had been had arisen someplace else in the cosmos and then it had been seeded here. It was a theory called directed panspermia. But that's a strange theory. It doesn't really answer the ultimate question of the origin of biological information, for one, because to get life, you have to have that code that makes all forms of life possible. And so in a sense, Crick and others who proposed this kind of kicked the problem out into deep space without answering the ultimate problem, which is where do you get the information, the code that makes life possible? But in addition to that, there's an even more fundamental level of design in the very fabric of the universe, the laws and the constants of physics, the initial conditions of the universe, and some of the contingent features of the universe, like the speed of light or the expansion rate of the universe or the cosmological constant. So I've been writing about these because this is a kind of design that can't possibly.
What's up, man? Can you hear me? You're on mute, Antangelo. You're on mute, Antangelo. Antangelo, you're on mute.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello there.
Ciao Luca,
Ciao. Non sentivo
non ti
nessuno.
sento.
Ottimo. Ecco Tony. Tony, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Good. So, I was having dinner, so I hop on at the last minute. You were talking about abiogenesis, right?
Yeah.
I figured. So, how the stream is going?
Pretty good.
Good,
We were
good.
just discussing the amino acids.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the chirality problem.
Yeah.
Good. And if you want to talk about something, I'm here with my textbook, even if you want.
We were watching the videos, and then
Hmm.
I think Antangelo made a video on Professor Dave.
Yeah, on what video about Professor Dave?
He was trying to refute James Tour.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, James Tour, I know, of course. I do not see the video of the Professor Dave. I know that it's also from Italy, and it's pretty good at his job, I think. He's a chemist too, but he has a degree more than me.
I think he's a biologist, not a chemist, Professor Dave.
I think it's a chemist, a professor in. He was teaching chemistry.
Oh, I don't know. I think he was a biologist, but
No. I think it's a chemist, and
Dave or
he
Dan?
has. Hmm?
Okay.
No. Then it's another thing. Professor Dave, it's a chemist. He's the Italian guy. He's from Italy. His family, at least.
Yeah, Antangelo has the video. Basically, he was discussing how you could purify these chemicals and then run them through a DNA sequencing machine. Was the part.
Okay. As we already discussed, it's not as impossible as you think, but yes, it's quite hard to obtain such a thing in prebiotic earth, of course.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, the point it's not if it's possible or not, it's how it's where you find a place where all the conditions are good for this kind of reaction, and we don't even know what kind of reaction happen, of course. But you were asking what scientists are doing with abiogenesis. Have you tried to search on Google Scholar? I did not in the last days, so maybe something is up.
The last I read was they're going to a sort of chemical Big Bang, which is basically an explosion somewhere.
Well,
not an explosion, but a vast area where all the life-friendly chemicals were somehow all together all at once, because they're having so many chicken and egg problems by doing it step by step.
Well, we can check right now. Abiogenesis. Okay, one. Okay, the last one, it's about symmetry, development of homochirality in abiogenesis. There are some, okay. Cysteine chemistry, rethinking abiogenesis. These are the first one.
If you type in evolution news, chemical Big Bang, there's that article I just read. Evolution news and chemical Big Bang.
Okay. I did not read the paper, but it seems to be interesting. The first one about the symmetry.
Yeah.
It's open access to, so good. Where you find this paper? On Google Scholar?
Yeah, it's on Google. I can't pull it up now because I'm on my phone, but
okay.
You type in evolution news, it should be the first or second one.
in the normal Google because
Yeah.
I run my search in Scholar.
Yeah.
You use Scholar on
I
your
usually,
search?
usually use regular.
Oh, okay. So if you do, there are some news on the chirality problem, but I cannot read the
Yeah.
paper right now.
From what I read, Luca, it's just they're having trouble getting a high enough yield, and then from there getting the bonding to actually fold.
It's from June, so it's pretty recent. I think that research is slowing too because the beer virus, of course.
Yeah.
But if you want, I can post the
Can I send you an email? I'll go into the chat. I'll send you my email. Just send me a quick email, Luca. Is that okay?
Okay. Don't worry.
Because I lost yours. I'll be back.
Don't worry. Okay. We are alone. Okay. Dweller. Basement. I think that Professor Dave has some skill, but I do not know him personally, so for what I saw, it's pretty good. It's a chemist like me, so I cannot speak. I think. Okay.
What
Hi,
happened,
Tony.
Luca?
Hi. I'm waiting for Tony to send his mail. We were talking about abiogenesis. I find a pretty good paper. Seems a good one, and it's open access too. So I will read it. I did not find it the last time I checked.
But did Tony leave the room, or is he coming back?
I think it's coming back. He said that he was about to send me his mail to send to him the paper. I was about to give him the DOI in the private chat. So I don't know why he wants to send his mail to me, but it's fine.
Okay. So I'm doing other things, Luca. Do you want to stay and read the paper or something? You can stay alone if you want. For me, no problem. I just don't have time.
For me, it's okay.
Okay.
I send me the mail in the chat. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So I do other things. I'll step by again in a few minutes and see if someone else wants to join the chat. Okay.
Yeah, I would love to chat with someone.
Yeah. But I have a moderator which can stay more and put people in the chat, then it will be easier. So far I'm alone, but I will find someone that will help me out on this, and then we can moderate this better. Okay, so see you later. Yeah.
See you later. I can wait. If someone is here, I will be more than happy to talk with him.
Okay.
See you. So, if someone in the chat has some question, Tony, I will send you the mail. Okay. copy. Okay. Okay. Tony, if you want to... Oh, okay. I did not see his video, but I failed to say how his views are religious in any way. I know that he fled from Italy for some kind of religious persecution. So you are talking about that. I've seen some videos of him explaining, but he did not go into detail for obvious, for I think, privacy. Yeah, and I think it's pretty honest guy. For what I see, of course, I just look at these videos. I do not know him in person. Tony, I send you the mail. Good. The paper is about a form of chromatography, for what I can understand. Pretty interesting, if you ask me. Someone in the chat has some question. It's pretty strange to be alone. Okay. Clemens Richard. Okay, but it's not a paper, Tony. It's a quote. I send you a link for an actual. Okay. Okay. This is not a paper. It's an article. Okay. And it's from the last year. It's not from this year. But I will read it, of course. About okay. Tony have sent me. Okay. Tony cannot get here. Basement, you want to have a chat? You know that you are here, so did you want to chat with someone? I'm a nice guy, don't worry. I'm an atheist, but I'm really yeah, Tony, if you want, I'm here. Basement too, if you want. I don't bite, don't worry. No one. So sad. Let's see. Share screen. If you want to see on screen the paper, I can share my screen. If it's okay with Otangelo, of course. It's his channel. No one in the chat. Okay, Tony.
Yeah,
Nice
I sent
to
you
see
those
you
too.
again.
What's up, man?
Yeah, everything is fine. I've seen the link that you sent me, and it's not a paper, it's an article. The
It's
one
quote
I
paper.
send it to you, it's an actual paper.
Okay, I'll
And
read
for
it.
what I read, it's about homochirality, and it's for what I read, so very little. It's about a form of chromatography. If you remember, we talked about chromatography the last time. So it's pretty good for what I see. The one you sent me, it's from a year ago, and it's not scientific. It's not a paper, but I will read it anyway. It's
got quotes from 2 researchers, which are recent. Richard Clemens.
Yeah.
Just check out the main quotes. They're in gray, so those are from their papers.
Yeah, it's quite hard to find papers with just a quote.
I don't have the full paper.
Yeah, as an advice, always try to find the paper because it's the source. So if you are you have this passion and you want to know more about abiogenesis, chemistry in general, I think that papers are quite hard to crack if you do not have a good base. So maybe you need to start with something lighter. But if you really want to know more, of course, the papers are the one. The better source, of course. You
there should be sources there in the bottom when you read it. That's what I'm telling you. There's quotes and sources. You have the paper sources at the very bottom. There's also quotes from 2 researchers. That's what I'm saying. Take a quick look at it. It sums up a lot of things. That's what I was saying. When you get a chance, just breeze through it. If you read the search with Richard Clemens.
I do not see the source. Maybe
it talks about the hand of God dilemma, some of the manipulated conditions.
I actually see that, but there is the image source. Okay. And they.
I'll send you Richard Clemens.
Richard Clemens, it's the first mail you send me, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty well known.
Okay, the only sources in this article are from blogs.
Well, Richard Clemens was saying that the hand of the intelligent chemist interfering is worth noting. It's worth mentioning.
I remember.
That was his quote. But I sent it in there as well.
We can make a basement. We can observe a planet formation, but I'm not a physicist, so I cannot speak about that. On the source part, I think, and I'm talking to you, Tony, that you need to find some more refined source, because what you send me, it's, as I said, an article, so it's a secondary source. When you try to find something, try always to find the
yes, but
first
that researcher is in there. You can look him up and his papers, is what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
And that quote is not misquoted. That's what I'm.
I cannot tell right now, but it's not that simple, because I look at the sources. There are none. There are some for
Okay, well,
the pictures, but they send to
right.
a blog. For what I see right now, maybe I'm wrong.
Why don't you
but-
read some of that and try to actually refute it?
Well, I can do that. Okay.
Let's read the quote by Richard Clemens, where he mentions that the hand of the researcher is worth noting.
Okay. There are 3 quotes in this article. The first one, he was 30 years before Orgel, confronted the easy transformation of prebiotically plausible from a phase supported by examined premise to instead mean a molecule that I desire for my model. Okay.
Actually, I sent you the picture of the quote. I sent you 2 emails.
Okay, that one.
Yeah. I
Okay.
sent you the picture.
Okay, experimentalists in the field of prebiotic chemistry strive to reenact what might have happened when life arose from inanimated material. How often human intervention was needed to obtain a specific result in their studies is worth reporting. That one.
Right.
Okay. How to refute it? Okay. Sorting. It's hard to make abiogenesis happen in a lab, and I think that it's quite easy to know why. What do you think about it?
I'm skeptical of the conditions, just like some of these researchers are admitting that it requires very manipulated, contrived conditions, and the chemists at every step of the experiment have to interfere.
We already talked about that. How can you propose an experiment without the intervention of a chemist or a scientist of some kind? It's impossible.
Well, I don't. No, I'm not objecting to the experiment being set up, and that's not what Dr. Clemens was saying.
Yeah, Clemens.
Yeah, of course, it requires an intelligent chemist to set it up, to put the flasks and set up the chemicals, and that's not what I'm objecting to.
Okay, so what's the problem? That
exactly what he says.
To obtain.
Right,
okay,
it's hard to obtain the desired structures and the high yields of purified chemicals, and then each step of the experiment, the chemist is starting it, stopping it, interfering, isolating chemicals, taking in, taking out compounds, removing byproducts at just the right steps. So I would say that's interference. That's the interference that I'm objecting to.
My question, Tony, more or less, how much you know about chemistry?
I'm not a PhD origin of life chemist.
Of course
I work
not.
in the field of pharmaceuticals and compounds. Pharmaceutical drug chemistry.
Okay, so you have a degree?
Bachelor's, yes. I'm not a
okay,
PhD.
So it's a good level.
But I'm not in the field of origin of life, but as far as adding in compounds. Yeah.
I'm a bachelor too, so we are at the same level. Okay,
Yeah.
so you know why it's so hard to obtain.
Well, to obtain certain compounds, you have to stop and start an experiment. I'm sure you know that as well. And then things are isolated at certain steps.
But we are talking about a very complex phenomena. So it's normal to have such setbacks. I don't think that anyone think at this topic as simple. If you have studied chemistry, you know how hard it is to find a new chemical pathways. It's really, really hard. Chemistry is really hard to crack. So we don't even know what we are searching for, basically. So how can you say that simple? Of course, scientists are having quite an hard time to find the right pathway. It's pretty normal for me. If you studied the chemistry, you know that it's really a mess to just find a new chemical reaction or a new way to synthesize something.
Okay.
And
Luca,
when you are
I put you as a moderator and Tony too. So if you guys mention a science paper, you can put it in the chat. You can copy paste it into the chat so anyone can access it and see what you are talking about. Okay.
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 Sounds good.
Okay.
I see that Speed of Sound was asking for it. Okay. How can I do it? But I'm not a creationist, so I just need to find a way to do it.
Speed, there's plenty of sources. Antangelo can send you plenty. There's nothing in this field that's been shown to work. The article is evolution. Yeah, he wants you to post the article I sent you. Evolution.
Yeah, your article, because I was sending mine.
Sure.
But I can. Okay. It's not a paper, Speed. Tony, I cannot send the link in the chat. If you can do it, I've sent it in the chat for this stream.
Oh, I think it was in private. It's not in the main one.
Yes, I cannot send in the main one. I don't know why. So if you can do it, it's your link. And now I send mine.
Yeah, the paper you sent me. Yeah, I read that. That was the chromatography. But none of that actually brings forth a high enough yield to turn into functional proteins. That's also filled with problems too, Luca.
Okay, but I've sent it for the chat because
that's fine. But I did read that paper. Yeah, I'm yeah.
Oh, okay.
You send that to Speed. It's the same problem. Speed of Sound, who's complaining that we don't put sources, but the papers that are supposedly showing chemical pathways to proteins are plagued with problems as well. Chromatography does not produce a high enough yield of left-handed amino acids to turn into functional proteins. That's a hypothesis. Another hypothesis that has not led to functional proteins.
Yeah, Tony, can you
Yeah.
send in the chat the link, because I cannot.
Yeah, well, I'm out of the chat right now. I'm on my phone right now. I'm not at home.
Because I cannot do it, and I don't know why.
All right.
Yeah, Speed. Sorry about that. Maybe it's my problem.
All right. Anyway, yeah, what we were saying, the interference by the chemist, interfering at certain steps of the experiment, I think is a valid point. That's a valid point, Luca.
As I said, chemists need to interfere. You just need to recreate the same condition that you had in the early Earth. So it's not impossible to prove abiogenesis. I think it's quite hard to think that we will find an answer for that, because
I disagree, and that's a naturalism of the gaps. And again,
you
the interference.
You think that we will find an answer?
No, I disagree. No, I disagree. I think the
so
more research.
You agree with me, because
no, I disagree. No, I disagree.
If you disagree, you are telling me that you think that we'll find an answer.
No, I don't agree. We'll find a naturalistic answer. I think the amount of advancements we're making is showing clear indication of interference by intelligent agency in these experiments.
How can you know? We are this paper that I sent to you.
And I told you it doesn't produce. Yeah, and it doesn't produce a high enough yield. It's not leading to functional proteins.
It's a step.
No. I just told you it's not producing enough left-handed amino acids. Just like all these papers, they all lead to a dead end and more problems. As you take one,
that's
yeah, because this is where origin of life research has been going for 70 years. You take 5 steps forward and then you take 5 steps back. Yeah. I said you take 5 steps forward and then you take 5 steps back. A lot of these experiments.
I don't see it in this way. How can you go 5 steps forward and then in the other direction?
By the interference by the chemist. For example, the problems with the RNA world is another problem.
Okay. Speed of sound, it's here to ask for a source.
Yeah, speed of sound's a waste of time. I'll post the paper, Speed. You don't have anything for abiogenesis anyway. Why don't you post something that proves it? You have stacks of books that you've never even read.
How can you tell that about Speed?
I had a debate with him about 3 months ago. He doesn't have anything for the origin of life. He has no chemistry background whatsoever. It's like talking to a 10-year-old child.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's
wow is right.
To say something like that with someone here.
Speed of sound? Yeah, he has a stack of books he's never read. That's what he holds up.
I think it's quite hard to tell.
Yeah, I know it's hard. It's hard to get any of this chemistry to work. I agree, and that's why there's these chemists.
Chemistry work quite well.
Not under prebiotic conditions. It's not working. If it worked so well, we would have life from non-life, Luca.
But how can you tell what were those conditions? I'm pretty curious.
You tell us. You tell us.
Well, we can know because we are doing research on
and it's not working. Itself. That's what I'm trying to tell you, and it's not working.
It's not working. We cannot do research on the Earth itself.
No, we do it we set up prebiotic conditions in the lab, and they're not working.
Okay, so you are, sir.
Let's play the
First
video.
thing, we have an entire planet, so it's not like that you add only one set of condition. You have an entire planet,
And
so
it still doesn't help you with the genetic code. It only gets worse. You want to spread out all the molecules all over the place and have a million different microenvironments. That's not
it's not
helping.
my point. My point is how many different conditions there are right now on this planet.
Well, it wouldn't work now, like you said. We couldn't set up those conditions now on Earth, correct?
We don't know what were.
Okay.
We don't know. Maybe it is. I think that the reason that abiogenesis is not working right now, it's because
Right, it's not
if
working.
let me finish. Right now, life it's already there. If something new there is a competition. So
There's a $10 million prize and nobody can do it.
Right now,
$10 million by Perry Marshall.
$10 million on
Yes.
what? Because I already
For anyone that can produce genetic code under purely natural processes without the intelligent chemist interfering at every
maybe
step.
someone will sometime.
Yeah, maybe. You have high hopes for it, just like speed of sound.
It's not to have high hopes. I think that
well, it's not working under prebiotic conditions.
First of all, what kind of condition? Because you have an entire planet. So
right, but you said we couldn't set that
up. How can you
up.
tell that you know every condition that was on the planet?
How do you know any of those conditions will work? You don't.
I don't, and I don't try to say otherwise.
Speed, why don't you show a paper that does show life from non-life?
Okay.
No, not you, Luca. Not you, Luca. Speed. I want Speed of Sound to show one paper that goes from non-life to life, as if he has anything. He has nothing.
Well, on Speed, I cannot speak for him. Oh, well.
Oh, okay, Speed.
Well, why do you not open Speed? You cannot?
Because his arguments are ridiculous. You should have heard our debate 3 months ago.
Well, we are not getting.
First of all, he compares the early Earth to a consistency of pudding. That's where he got that nickname, by the way. Then he holds up a stack of books that he's never read. Then he mentions how there's 1,200 papers every year coming out on abiogenesis, which none lead to life. They're all filled with problems. Every year, there's papers for the origin of life. None work. So this is, yeah.
I
okay,
did not see the debate, so I cannot speak about that.
Yeah, why don't you come in the chat then? Hold on, Luca. Speed, why don't you come in the chat because you don't have anything. Put on your tin hat. Yeah. This is somebody that worked in a meth lab. So, he really knows his origin of life chemistry. Tangelo, if you want to play that video with Stephen Meyer or the one with James Torr, we can discuss that.
If you want to do that. For me, it's fine. I do not agree with them. I try to not be rude, never to people, because it's not a good way to discuss anything, really. So but for sure, speed is not getting there. So if you want to look at the video, I'm fine. I cannot stay so much longer, but let's do it.
Come on in, Speed. You've got no evidence anyway. You're going to hold up a stack of books that you haven't read? What a joke, man.
So, Tony, what do you want to do?
I don't know. Antangelo's not here. If you wanted to play that video, I have an interview with James Tor. We could review that if you want, but I don't. He's not in the room.
Okay. As I said, Tor, it's yeah, it is. As you want. Of course, I'm not an expert on anything. As you know, to have a
Yeah, Lori, I'm going to call out people that are wrong about the chemistry and haven't shown anywhere near life from non-life, and I think that's valid. I mean, if somebody's bringing up experiments that aren't working, that should be discussed. Or they're showing deliberate interference by an intelligent agent that doesn't relate to the early Earth, that's a valid point.
As I said, what do you propose? If you have a bachelor in...
I'm asking your camp what you would propose, because so far this chemistry isn't working. It's funny how you guys get on here and act like there's mountains of evidence for abiogenesis, and there isn't. I'm not objecting to setting up the experiment, like I said several times. It's the interference and the conditions and compounds that are putting into these experiments.
So what do you propose? Because the last time you said to me that
it has to self-assemble on its own, Luca. You have to put into the flask everything you need, all the life-friendly molecules that you want, and things have to react on their own. Chemists are admitting that these experiments are contrived.
How chemistry work.
Okay, but these chemists are admitting that the experiments are contrived.
You always have some contrivance.
Yeah, it's not sinking in. I know it's not sinking in. It's not. You're not getting it. Even that researcher is admitting it.
Look, we can.
If I took a block of steel, how would it ever turn into a sword without a swordsmith? What would be the natural conditions of turning that block of steel into a sword?
Corrosion of some kind.
Corrosion would turn a block of steel into a sword.
I need to think about it. It's not that easy, but
yeah, you know what you need
to.
Yeah, you know what you need.
Some kind of weapon created by natural force.
Right, you need a swordsmith, an intelligent agent, to turn that block of steel into a sword. There's no natural processes that are going to do that.
How can you know it? Okay, of course. If you have a sword, it's pretty refined, so
right.
It's pretty possible. But to have a sharp edge or something like that, I think it's possible to obtain in nature. But chemicals are not like a sword with a block of iron.
Right, and chemist, as a chemist, you have to purify things and get the desired structures that you want.
Not always. Some things happen in nature.
In order to produce functional proteins, you do. If you have some other information that refutes that, you need to get a Nobel Prize in chemistry, Luca.
I'm not here to telling you that abiogenesis is cracked and we know everything.
Yeah, but it's not.
If you have a degree in chemistry, you know.
No, you don't even have to. It's pretty obvious that the chemistry is not working under prebiotic conditions.
The first thing you learn in science, it's nothing. It's obvious. So I'm pretty confused about it. If you really know about chemistry, you know that, especially when you
All right. Well,
get to
Luca,
the
I think it's.
level of atoms and such,
Yeah, I know.
there is no simple thing. So
Yeah.
there is
It's
no.
funny. Yeah. Right. And there's no simple. It's actually your camp that believes that these chemicals are going to react and self-assemble. But to go
A
back
lot
to the
of
sword,
chemicals do just that. So why it's so impossible to
but they
have
don't do
that?
that. They don't do that. They don't do that under natural conditions.
Yes,
They
they
don't turn
do.
into No, we don't see left-handed amino acids folding into functional proteins.
Okay,
Not even in the
you
lab.
are
We
talking
don't even
about
see that.
amino acid, and we are trying to find
I understand you're trying.
Yeah, but it's not my point. A lot of complex things happens in nature.
All right. Well, let me
And
know when you can do it. Let me know when you can show it, Luca.
it's not that simple, and I'm not a researcher, so I cannot do it.
Right, and
But
some of these, right, and the
let's
researchers can't
just
do it.
think about petroleum. There are a lot of compounds in it, and they are all organic compounds, and they are made in nature. So
It's always Diet Coke. Would Diet Coke ever form in nature? Diet Coke?
they cook pretty
Yeah,
hard to
pretty
obtain
hard.
in nature.
Right.
It's
But it all
impossible.
came from nature, right? But
I
wait, hold it,
think
Luca.
yeah,
It all came from nature, right?
yeah, but
Right.
petroleum is
No, Diet
formed
Coke.
in nature.
Yeah, but how would you
Diet
get
Coke,
Diet
it's
Coke to
different.
form in some puddle in the earth? Just like you wouldn't get a sword. Even if I gave you a block of steel, you'd never get a sword.
Okay, I think it's not Diet Coke. I think it's harder for obvious reason,
Yeah.
because
All
to
right.
be diet, I think you need some kind of um,
Intelligent agent?
artificial. No, 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 no.
Oh, you don't?
It's not that. Let's think about normal Coke. You have sugar, so sugar you can have it in nature. It's pretty simple compound after all. So I think it's more easy to a normal Coke to happen that a Diet Coke. Uh, of course, you do not see Coke forming in the earth. It's impossible. I don't think so. I think that.
How do you know? How do you know?
Hmm?
How would you rule it out?
That's
What,
it's
what makes it
impossible.
absurd? What makes Diet Coke forming on the earth absurd to happen?
It's hard to have all those ingredients at the same time in the same place.
And that's exactly what I say, and all these chemists are saying for abiogenesis.
How can you know it?
You just said, wait. You just said it for Diet Coke. You just said it would be ridiculous, correct? To have all those ingredients at the exact same spot.
I think it's really hard to obtain. Impossible? Maybe not.
So Diet Coke could form on the earth.
Okay. I think it's possible, really improbable, but impossible, I don't know. I do not know every compound in the Coke, so you need some kind of sugar, but it's a diet, so I don't know what kind of compound.
So would you say abiogenesis is so Coke forming on the earth is very highly unlikely?
Mm-hmm.
And would you say a cell is more complex than Coke?
Well, yes, but it's a different thing.
No, it's actually not. So Coke forming on the earth is highly unlikely, right?
Yeah.
And what about a cell? That's likely, right?
I don't think it's likely. I think it's possible. When
All right,
something
Luca.
has already happened, you cannot measure the probability of something. Maybe it was really, really hard and we just got lucky. And maybe not. Maybe there is a way to obtain such a thing. How can you know it? My way of thinking is that we can observe chemical today. We know that a cell is made of chemicals. So I don't think it's such a stretch to think that maybe life came from matrix.
Yeah, sounds like a big guess. Huge hypothetical. And DNA doesn't form anywhere on the prebiotic Earth immutable.
It's not a theory, so
Yeah,
abiogenesis
nowhere
is
close.
not a
I know.
theory.
That's the problem. And that's why all these chemists are struggling to get any of it to work. But it's incredible that you
It's
would
a good
say,
thing.
yeah, it's incredible you would say that Diet Coke forming on the Earth is highly unlikely and a cell would be likely.
But even it's even if it's unlikely, but it happened.
Yeah,
It
sure.
just did. You have, if you play at the lottery, you have a very low probability to win, but if you do, you do.
Yeah, that's not even to get life,
Let's
though.
even
We're
think
talking about
that
a
was
protein.
nearly impossible, but for some strange reason, this kind of thing happened. From that time, it was reality, even if it was nearly impossible. And I cannot know if it is, because you just need to find a way that a chemical pathway, basically.
Yeah, let me know when you have it.
So, of course, I will
You will win
not
the 10.
be the one to
Yeah,
discover such a thing.
I think you will, Luca, and you're going to win the 10 million.
I hope so. I will be rich.
Well,
Yeah.
if Antangelo wants to come in and play the video, there's a Brian Miller video we could play on Tangelo. Luca's going to find the chemical pathways and win the money.
Pretty hard to do in my house.
I think
As
you're
for
just,
now, I'm working as a painter, so
all right.
not a big chance.
What kind of
for
painter?
now.
Paintings?
Yeah, painting the wall.
No, I mean painting. I mean art. I didn't know you're painting the wall.
No, not
I thought you meant artist.
No, I'm not an artist. Painter is, I don't know if you had a different term for that kind of worker. I just paint the wall of the houses of my clients.
All right.
It's the family business. So, as I said, I will not be the one, of course, but I don't think it's impossible to find a chemical pathway. What I think it's impossible is to tell is exactly what happened, because I find very, very hard to imagine a way to find out. Maybe I'm wrong. Science has done a lot of remarkable things.
But I would say the problem is they're showing it through intelligent agency. You have to show it through natural chemical pathways. And if you can get 10 million.
Yeah. maybe someone will.
Okay.
I don't think I will, but I think that sometime someone will find a way, because even if you want to believe in a God, God did it in some way. Mm. And chemistry is a pretty good way to do it.
Let me find the video, and I'll come right back in a minute, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Speed. As I said, something that it's improbable, it doesn't mean that's impossible. So, and maybe it's not even that hard. Maybe there is a very, very good way to obtain life with natural process, and we just cannot see that in this moment. You can you can listen now, Speed. Okay. Let's watch this video. I cannot stay so much longer, though. Wow. Basement. I think it's possible that a creator exists. The problem is to show the existence of such being, for me at least. Speed, don't be mean to Tony. He is mean to you, but just don't. Okay. Let's see that video. Oh, so sweet of you.
Hey, Luca.
Hi.
Yeah, Tangelo, just that one clip. I put the link in there. It's only 2 minutes from 11 to 13. Can you hear me, Antangelo?
I think it's working to share the video.
I don't know. I don't know if Antangelo can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear
I
me?
carry.
Hey, Antangelo, I put the video in the link. It's from 11 minutes to 13.
I can hear something from Antangelo, but I think he has some problem.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Tony?
Yeah, barely.
Yes, we
Can
can
you put
hear
it?
you.
Can you
Okay.
put it in the private chat so I will display it?
I can't now. Can you just play it now on the video? Can you throw it on the screen?
Okay.
It's in the regular
I
chat.
find I will do it.
Okay, just play it for everybody.
Oh, I see it here. Okay, just
Yeah.
a moment.
Yeah, Antangelo, play it. It's from 11 to 13.
It's
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go on mute.
very detailed protocols of changing conditions, changing chemicals. It's a very, very difficult. It's the sort of thing that you win a Nobel Prize for. So he said, this origin of life research looks very suspicious. So he looked at the articles. He called up the top professors in the world that do origin of life. He realized that they don't have a clue of what's going on. Like, they have no idea how to produce the basic building blocks. They have no idea how they came together. They have no idea how to get, a functional cell membrane. So basically, origin of life hasn't advanced one step for the last 65 years. We're really back at the Stanley Miller experiment. Now, how many of you have ever seen headlines on newsprint if you happen to be over 50, or you happen to be watching Yahoo News? How many have seen news lines like origin of life researchers have huge breakthrough? They solved this problem. New theory. It's all nonsense. It's all exaggerations. Because when you actually look at the research, what happens is anytime they're successful, they have to use so much intervention, so many careful protocols, that it has no relevance to what would have happened on the early Earth. In fact, this was realized by a very famous origin of life researcher, Robert Shapiro, and he said, the analogy that comes to mind is that of a golfer who, having played a golf ball through an 18-hole course, then assumed that the ball could also play itself around the course in his absence. He had demonstrated the possibility of the event. It was only necessary to presume that some combination of natural forces, earthquakes, winds, tornadoes, and floods, for example, could produce the same result given enough time. That's a beautiful analogy. He's an origin of life researcher, very, very famous one. Now, that's a serious problem, that what 65 years of origin of life research have demonstrated over and over again is molecules never move towards life naturally, not without enormous intelligent intervention. That's what we see. Now, there's another problem that very few people talk about, and that's the localization problem. Because if you have, let's say, 1 cubic meter of water, 1 cubic meter,
yeah, that's fine.
and
You can
in there
pause it.
you have a beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it goes on and on, but yeah.
This was the video. Okay. You said to me that you read the paper that I sent you, and I did not. I just find it. Can you tell me why it's not something interesting, and why it does not work?
I didn't say it wasn't interesting. I just said it doesn't lead to functional proteins. Yes, they are able to get higher yields of what's needed, but not enough to turn into a functional protein. There's ways of manipulating chemistry, just like what Robert Shapiro was saying, that quote he read by Shapiro.
Okay, it's a way to have chromatography in any case, right? With
but not
what I read,
yield.
and you can correct me because I did not read. I just look at the paper. It was liquid chromatography. So can you explain me what they did in the experiment and why it was not good enough? because I did not read,
Well,
but if you do,
if you read
if you
all of
did,
it,
so yeah.
yeah, from what I read is it had a they're usually able to get a 60-40 mixture, a 70-30, but not 100% yield. And then from there, you also need DNA to get functional proteins. So there's other
Well,
machinery that's
DNA,
missing.
it's another thing. It
But you need
was
that for
60
proteins.
40 or 70 30.
I don't remember, but the mixtures weren't at a high enough yield in order to get the chemistry to actually, go in the direction that's needed.
It's a step in the right direction, right? And it's something new.
Well,
we
I
are
don't.
finding new ways to sort things, new kind of reactions. We were talking about the reaction that it was. Oh, sorry, I cannot remember. The one from the Japanese guy, the self-replicating reaction. So with
Yoshida.
those research, we are finding new things. So it's not nothing. Of course, it's pretty hard to find the exact.
But Luca, even if I have a discussion with James Torr, and he says he will give chemists all left-handed amino acids in chiral form, everything ready to go, and they still don't turn into proteins. So I mean, so what? I could give you everything needed for a cell in any environment you want.
We know how,
but they don't fold into proteins. They don't.
Proteins start as simpler compounds like.
I can get Antangelo. Do you have any of those numbers? Do you have the protein problem? Can you explain that?
Antangelo, I think it's somewhere else. In Italian, it's prioni. I don't know in English what's the term, but the simpler proteins are with only 2 or 3 amino acids, and they can form, of course. You cannot have
no, I don't. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of proteins only needing the 2 left-handed amino acids.
They do exist. And I know that because I have a friend that's that will be sick for those things. Are quite fascinating compounds because they do act like virus, even though there are proteins. It's quite a fascinating thing, but they kill. So yeah, I know about that because I studied it, because someone I care for is dying for this kind of things. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that they are a thing.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical of that chemistry, Luca. And I don't think it would be any sort of function. I don't think it would be any functioning protein with 2 amino acids. I've never.
Well, they can do pretty
2 amino acids?
much, 2 or 3, yes.
Yeah,
and they can do pretty a lot of damage. I've seen people
and it requires a host
in quite an horrible way for those compounds. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. It's like Parkinson, Alzheimer all together.
And that requires a host. It's not anything that
it's not a host. Your body, it's creating those things, sadly.
Yeah, I've never heard of 2 amino acids being a protein.
The name is prioni in Italian, but I cannot find
Oh, you
the
mean
right
like you're talking about the wasting disease?
wasting.
It's these illnesses. Is that what it's related to?
No, it's a brain disease.
Yeah, brain wasting disease. Yeah, it's in deer too. Prion.
Okay. And those compounds are proteins, pretty simple ones, but still proteins. You just need a chemical bond between two amino acids, and you basically have some kind of protein.
I'm skeptical of that. I've never heard of that, and I don't think it's a protein. Proteins are
It
very
is.
complex. The simplest protein we know of, I think, has 150.
Proteins are just sequence
Amino
of
acids.
amino acids. So when you have
Yeah,
two,
100.
you have a sequence. So technically, it's a protein, and they exist even in our bodies because, of course, they are produced, and they have some kind of function.
Yeah, I don't think
The
that's a protein, Luca. I don't think those are proteins, but
it's the
it could be a
definition.
virus.
No, virus, it's a completely different thing. A virus, it's not a couple of amino acids. It's a different structure. You have a shell of some kind with some DNA or RNA inside it. So no, viruses are different quite
You
a
mean
lot.
protocells?
Protocells are different too.
They're not even alive.
Viruses are not protocells. Matter of fact, are classified as life without the cell right now. So no, viruses are another thing entirely. And I cannot recall the exact name of their clade, but they are alive as for now.
Protocells? No, they're not alive. They're not precursors.
No, viruses.
Yeah, okay. What about the quote that was in the video, Luca, with Robert Shapiro saying, comparing origin of life research to an 18-hole golf course and saying that the ball is playing itself around the whole golf course?
I think that's quite a stretch to put it in that way.
Well, he was a top origin of life researcher for 30 years. He was agnostic, by the way. He's not a creationist.
Okay, agnostic. It's look. I think it's pretty bad as an analogy, but it's just my.
Well, that's somebody that's more advanced than us, Luca, and he's saying that the research is highly manipulated and flawed.
I need to see his reasoning behind.
He just explained it to you because we don't get any of this stuff to form under prebiotic conditions, and what's being done in the lab is so contrived.
We did some step forward. If you really do like science, you know what's like. You just don't say, okay, it's impossible. When you say that, you cannot advance any further.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but we are. And
no, under contrived conditions, not early Earth conditions.
We are learning new things.
Yeah, you're using designed
equipment. So we
equipment.
are advancing.
Yeah, with designed equipment. With more intelligently.
What's the problem with that? If
that's
we
not
are
happening
learning
on early Earth. That's the problem.
If we are learning new things with those research, what's the problem?
Because it doesn't relate to the natural world. That's the problem. And that's what Robert Shapiro was saying. Did you not listen to what he said? He was quoting
Yeah, I did.
Brian,
But my
the guy-
point is, with those research, we are learning new things.
Yeah, but it's not. My point is, it's not working under prebiotic conditions.
How can you tell? We are getting closer. We
Not
are
under
learning
natural
new things.
conditions. Did you listen to what that guy said, Robert Shapiro? He was a chemist for 35 years. That wasn't an old quote.
What year it was?
I agree with you that advancements are being made, but not under
So we
not
need
under
to
natural
go
conditions.
further.
No, not under natural conditions is my point. It's not
How
natural
can
conditions.
you go further with natural condition? You cannot stay to
Because that
observe
quote-
a puddle for ages and try to find a abiogenesis event.
The same with a sword. How would you ever get a block of steel to turn into a sword without a swordsmith?
A sword like refined one, pretty impossible.
Right. And Diet
Something
Coke
you
too.
can use as a sword, I think it's possible.
And Diet Coke as well. Diet Coke doesn't form on the earth. You said that was absurd too.
I do not said absurd. I think it's really, really unlikely to find all the
ingredients in one area. That's what we're saying. That's what creationists say about
improbable.
abiogenesis.
Does not mean impossible, though.
Okay, but what options do you have when something is highly unlikely? I mean, you're still look at the level of.
But we have life here, and
we have Diet Coke too. But how did it get here?
It's
the same thing.
If you start with this the assumption that God is real and He did all of that, and that's all, you will never learn anything else. Okay.
I'm not against that.
Need an hypothesis with only a natural cause. We will never find it. Maybe. I don't think that that's the case. For what I can see, we are getting closer and closer. We have a lot of hypotheses, some good, some less good, but I think we are getting there.
I would disagree and say you're getting there through intelligent agency. For example, Craig Venter that manipulated some pre-existing DNA. That was an advancement, but the problem was it didn't relate to the early Earth.
You cannot have everything in one step. You can.
No, he did multiple steps. He had many multiple steps. He spliced in some DNA.
Okay, but you cannot, as for now at least, have an experiment with chemicals to life. It's
that's what you have to show.
a big thing.
Well, that's what you have to show. That's pretty much what I'm saying.
Maybe sometimes we will able to, but to reach that point, you need to find every step that lead to life.
Yeah, no, I'm not throwing my hands up and saying, oh, we can't do it. I'm saying the advancements that we're showing in the field of chemistry requires intelligent agency, similar to what Craig Venter did. That's what I'm saying.
How can you have advancements without intelligent agency?
Because I just told you that they're manipulating the experiments that don't relate to the natural world.
And I tell you, how can you have those advancements without the intelligent agents?
That's what your camp has to prove. Abiogenesis is the chemicals happening on their own.
Because when you find the chemical pathway, you need
when are you going to find it? You keep going back to that.
Experiment.
Okay, so when are you going to do that and find the chemical pathway, Luca? Again, I'm not objecting to the chemist setting up the apparatus, using flask, using the chemicals. I've said this 10 times. What I'm objecting to is the purified chemicals in high concentrations, the researcher stopping and starting the experiment, adding in chemicals at just the right time, removing chemicals at just the right time, stopping reactions so chemicals and molecules don't get destroyed. That's what I'm objecting to.
Yeah, you just need to find every step. When you have every step, and right now we do not, you can set up an experiment, leave it alone, and have the result. But
And your
right
molecules
now we
degrade.
cannot.
And your molecules degrade and break down and turn racemic. You can't leave experiments overnight. You know molecules break down.
Yeah, you can.
No, and you get acids, you get tars and useless garbage.
Not
All these
always.
molecules have a half-life. What do you mean
I
no?
did.
And what did you get?
I did produce some experiments that require more than 1 day to.
Oh, okay, well, origin of life field has a problem of half-life. Molecules are breaking down.
Yeah,
You have
but
to use chemical
once
stabilizers.
Tony, once you have RNA or something similar, RNA can.
RNA is a mess, Luca. RNA world is too unstable of a molecule to form on the early Earth.
Yeah.
We can engineer it in the lab. Yes, I agree with you. We can engineer RNA in the lab through intelligent guidance, purified chemicals, chemical stabilizers, all kinds of contrived conditions that wouldn't be available on the early Earth or anywhere. No, Lori, we're not against science. What we're saying is that the origin of life field requires intelligent agency. Natural conditions aren't helping. They're not making the chemistry work.
Because right now we do not know what is doable pathway for that thing, but we can find it. And when
and I agree. Keep researching.
If we do, then what will you think?
I would be, I would be an atheist if you showed it under natural chemistry. Of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you don't need an intelligent.
I don't think that it will take so much time. Okay, I don't think it will be quick, but maybe in our lifetime we will observe something like that. And you are telling me that you will become an atheist only with that, because for me it's not a good reason to lose your faith.
I would, yeah,
because
that's a huge
at that
step.
point you can tell yourself that God did it, and it was behind all of that, all those reactions. So I do not think that abiogenesis is a problem for Christianity or religion in general. I think it's just a problem for some form of Christianity, but not.
Well, like Francis Collins, you know him, right? Francis Collins.
I heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a geneticist and a Christian, but I'm not sure if he believes abiogenesis. I'm not sure. I think he believes, well, obviously God started the universe, and then from there, natural processes took over.
It's possible, but it's also possible that a God create energy and let it go from that point.
Right. Well, that would be deism, which is logical.
Yeah, but I do not find it possible to have something like that. I'm not a deist. I'm an atheist, but I cannot say
you just said God was possible.
Yeah, so what? I do not believe in it.
Right.
I do not say that's impossible.
Okay, this is for Lori Hayes, not you, Luca. No, I'm not against doing research, Laura. Why do you keep repeating that in the chat? Did I say I was against doing research in abiogenesis? What I'm objecting to for the 5th time is when the chemists interfere at every step of the experiment. So you're either deaf or ignorant.
The problem is, Tony, that you need to do it to find a chemical pathway.
Correct. And what they're finding is it doesn't relate to natural chemistry. And
when you find the chemical pathway, you can then set a huge experiment.
Right, and you have to have variables and protocols.
Abiogenesis is total, but you need to know everything first. So how to get to every compound in a early Earth environment.
Show it. Okay, show it. Show me how it is plausible. Go ahead.
I just told you.
And it doesn't work.
Know how
right, and it's not working.
happened.
And it's not working, Luca.
Right.
So I don't know. I know another 70 years will say the same thing, right? And another 70 years,
How
and
can
another
you tell
70.
it? Maybe in 20 years we will find something.
Okay,
How
20
can
years.
you tell it?
We'll come back in 20 years and discuss. I could guarantee, Luca, we'll come back in 20 years and we'll have the same discussion.
Okay, maybe not. But my point is, you need to set those experiments in a controlled way just to find all the pieces. When you have all the pieces, then you can have abiogenesis is total. And even then, you can, I don't think that we will ever be able to know exactly what happened, because even if you find a way, and I think it's possible to find it, it's not that impossible, are just chemicals. You just need to find the right condition. Of course, it's complex because it's a very long process to get to.
And did you listen to Robert Shapiro? Did you listen to Robert Shapiro? He just said, Robert Shapiro, this is for Lori and Luca. Robert Shapiro, Origin of Life chemist for 35 years, just said it's not likely, and the chemistry is failing under prebiotic conditions. He compared it to a golfer playing a golf course and the golf ball playing itself. That should give you an idea. Well, that what it's saying is it's giving you an idea. Hold on. It's giving you an idea of how manipulated the chemistry is. That's not me saying that. That's Robert Shapiro. Look him up. He's a 35 years in the field. 35 years in the field chemist is saying the chemistry is highly manipulated. So
I'm talking to you. We do not know every pathway possible.
Okay, but why would he say that? But wait a minute. Why would he say that? Why would Robert Shapiro say that?
I don't know. I don't.
Well, he's been a chemist. He's not even a Christian, Luca, and he's telling you the chemistry doesn't work.
I don't know the guy. I don't know his reason.
Okay, well, he's an expert, far more than me and you.
Okay, but still, I don't know the guy. I need to talk with him.
Okay, well, look it up. I just gave you his name, Robert Shapiro. He was in the video. He's an Origin of Life chemist.
His name, but I
right. So why would he make a statement?
The guy. Okay. How can you?
So why would he say? Because I've read a lot about him over the years. This is something that I've been studying. This you should know as a chemist. You should know
why is telling that?
Why is he saying that? Because obviously the chemistry isn't working. I don't know. Attack him. Send these people emails and attack them and tell them they're wrong.
It's not my style to attack anyone, Tony. What I'm telling you that you are quoting a guy, but
a researcher in 35 years.
Guy, maybe this guy is awesome and he is very rational and he has a very good reason to say so, but
right. So your only argument, your only argument, you and Lori, your only argument is, oh well, it's still not impossible. Great argument. I could just say, well, God's still not impossible. That's not an argument.
My argument is it's not impossible, so we need to do more research to find a way.
Right.
And if we cannot, and right now I don't see a reason to stop to search, because we are.
When did I say stop? I never said stop. You and Lori, you don't listen. I never said stop the research. The problem is.
What's the problem?
I
If
just told you 5 times, dude.
Tony, you are telling me that it's really unlikely, and maybe you are right. But we do not know every single pathway. So maybe there is an explanation, and we will not know until we keep trying.
Okay, let me know when you have it, because there's 10 million on the line too. I don't want to go in circles anymore, Luca. Let me know when it's there, okay? All right.
Sure.
Okay, man.
So we close there. Someone want to open? I need to go. It's 9, almost 10 o'clock here.
All right, Luca.
No, I do not want to leave this channel alone. So maybe someone want to open.
I can't get Antangelo to respond. I'm not sure if he's even in the room. Antangelo,
Yeah, so I want to wait a little before I leave the stream. I think it's the poly. Yeah, I have nothing. Laurie, maybe you want to open? Yeah, I agree with Laurie. Science it's quite hard to crack, and yeah, you cannot be too fast on something like that. You need a lot of time, and maybe we will never find an answer, and I open to that. Of course, it's a very, very difficult question to answer. So yeah. Why don't I'm alone? So let's wait for Otangel. I do not want to leave this stream alone. So make live. Well, basement, we can in some way. Some protocells are made in the lab. They are not quite alive yet, but we got close. So it's quite a good thing. Basement, it's not so absurd to have such a hard way to find this kind of things. Science is hard. You cannot expect to have results right away. Research, it's you cannot know when you will have results, if any. Never, almost never. I cannot understand your question, basement. Someone has some question apart from basement. I do not understand your question. Sorry. Yeah, 70 years, yeah, but 70 years ago you had quite a different technology. A lot of things have changed in those years. So I do not find so incredible that time. It's pretty plausible to me. This question is quite a difficult one to answer. So 70 years, it's not that long. Just think how many years pass by without any advancements in science. Right now we are advancing and fast, but it's just a thing of this last century. It's not that easy to do. As I said to Tony, right now I think that abiogenesis is almost impossible because life is already there, and life is pretty much capable to kill everything that comes to existence right now. You need to be quite evolved to survive in this earth. And if you started, it's like you never have any training in martial arts, and you go against a master. He will butcher you. So I don't think that abiogenesis can happen right now. If not impossible, you just need to have a very isolated environment without any other form of life. Bacteria or else will kill everything, I think. Basement, as I said, right now life exists on this planet, so life is more than capable to destroy anything that comes into existence right now. On Tony, I know your topics. I don't think it's required. You require an intelligent agent to set the experiments, of course, but once you find a way, it's not longer required. Chemistry, it's quite a complex thing, and a lot of things happen without anyone, and pretty complex things too. Well, basement, it was by design or not, I cannot tell. For my view, I think it was just mere chance. But you can believe in a god if you want. It's not impossible. I've said that so many times. I believe in God. It's not irrational by itself. I just think that you have no proof about that. Laurie, I really want to talk about something with Tony, because if he's a bachelor, is quite competent person, someone. So I really want to discuss some aspects of it, like the paper I was posting before. It's quite a good one, I think. I did not read it, but it seems really interesting. Okay, bye, Lori. I will step out to when other angels come. It's pretty funny. Anthony, he was an agnostic, so it's no more. Yeah, I think it's possible, basement. It's not proven, but I think it's possible. The problem it's that once you get to energy, the origin of the universe itself, we don't really know what happened. So if you want to put God or some entity in there, I think it's possible. I can say nothing about it. I do not believe in it because I believe that the world it's all there is. It's a natural thing, and we live in a natural world. Of course, once you get to the Big Bang and so on, you get into some peculiar conditions. So, what's the supernatural? I think that the laws of physics starts with the universe. What was before, I do not know. I do not have faith in anything, basement. When I do not know something, I just tell you that I do not know. There was a God? Maybe. You can prove it? I don't think so. So, if a God exists, but I cannot see it and I cannot prove his existence, it's really so important. There is a God, maybe it's really important to know it. I don't think so. If a God exists, I will be stunned if he really cares about what I think. Yeah, Anthony, as I said, you need that to get where they want to go. You need to find a pathway. So how can you get there? You need to set some experiment. Really, there are contrived, of course, but how can you know what a compound can do if you do not do that? Chemistry is not a matter of fate. Chemistry works always. Of course, we do not know everything, but what we know, we know. So no fate involved here and chance. We have life, so life started some way to think about supernatural cause it to make things too easy. I think that the natural world is all we need to get there, and reality it's complex. I think that something like the Bible is really too simple to even begin to describe how we get there. That's my reasoning. But no problem there. If you want to believe in a God, you can. No, chemistry is not replacing anything really. Chemistry it's just what it is. It's how compounds and things like that works in real life. How we get there, I do not know. As I said to you, physics can get you just that far. Beyond that, we simply do not know. And some people want to believe in a God. I just believe that we do not know and we cannot interfere. We cannot say that a God is it. It's too much of a stretch for me. I can say that I do not know, and what I believe that it's that something like a God does not exist. Maybe something exists that I cannot even understand. But I think that the idea that we have of a God is wrong. What goal? I do not use chemistry for a goal. I just say to you that for me, it's possible to have abiogenesis, and for me, it's the more rational explanation, even if a God exists. I agree with her. Yeah. Yeah. Why my kids were creepy? They were just kids. Oh, Angelo, I hope you get there soon. Someone want to get on the stream? Because I need to leave. Yeah, I know, Anthony. I would love to have those 10 millions. Yeah, Lori, you are right. Chemistry is complex, so I think we will get how it's possible to obtain a cell from organic compounds. But sure, it's hard to find something like that. Okay. Basement, now I understand. Yeah, dogs are from my neighborhood, so nothing I can do. Anthony, I don't think that I have. Yeah, I've seen the video with the prize, Anthony, and I just said I cannot even try to win it. I'm not a researcher. Not right now. I don't think I will be ever. I think, Lori, that we will get there much faster because, of course, we have a good understanding of chemistry, so we do not need to set up billions of experiments. But yeah, it will be hard for sure. Wow, 5 hours into the stream. So, yeah. Really, guys, someone want to came into the stream just to. Okay, Tony is sending me emails right now. Basement, Lori, why you want to came into the stream? I can understand that you maybe. Yeah, I know, but I cannot go any longer, and I do not want to leave the stream alone. I'm waiting for Otangelo for this reason. I think that a stream of 24 hours need to have a schedule with some. I've seen the video, Anthony. It's they are British, right? I don't remember the organizations. Yeah, I've seen the video. Oh, Angelo. Earth did not. Well, you can say so. How can the Earth do so much experiments as you are telling me? Well, we are on a huge planet. A lot of things happen in a planet just in a day. Just think what can happen on a planet in some million of years. You do not need to have every component at the same time. So yeah, it's quite possible. Earth, it's quite a complex system, so no problem there for me. Yeah, it's my problem. I do not want to end the stream. I do not want to be rude to Otangelo. He was quite kind to let me in, so just 300. I think that you can find more. If you are talking about mega expert on the topic, maybe, but I think that there are more chemists than that, Tony. I do not know the exact numbers, of course, but 300, it seems to me a very low number. I think that we are in the thousands, even if you pick up only PhDs. Just to be clear, what's the name of your degree, Anthony? Okay, Basement. If you want, feel free to open. You will do me a big favor on that. And Anthony, can you write in the chat what's your degree, or maybe you do not want to be, because privacy, I do not want to dox you. For me, it's not a problem. My degree is in chemistry, and I graduate from the University of Milano Bicocca last year. Because your degree is related to chemistry, for what I understand. So, okay, I cannot see you. Basement. I can just see. Okay. No. Only the host. I'm not the host. I cannot see you, basement. I can just see me. Sorry, basement. I cannot add you. And I do not know why. I'm a moderator, seems to be, but I cannot write in the chat. Okay. Now I understand, Anthony. Sorry, basement. I cannot see you. I would love to add you, but I cannot see you right now. Maybe just Angelo can add you to the stream, and I can do nothing about it. I can try to leave. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Angelo. I can stay another 10, 15 minutes, and then I think I close. Yeah, I know that you are not a PhD. I'm not too. I just have a degree in chemistry. So I was interested in your degree, just to understand what kind of background do you have. Mine, it's what I told you, degree in chemistry, and the university, it's the University of Milano Bicocca. It's a pretty big university in my in Milan. I do not live. Yeah, Anthony, I think that you need Angelo to do it. We can. I can show you. I think my university, if you are interested in it. I've never shared my screen. If you want to see my university or my old school. I went to a very cool school in my high school years. It's pretty famous. Yeah, Anthony. As I said to you, it's not that simple. Science, it's never simple. Sometimes you need just huge luck to discover something. You can be the best chemist in the world and don't find anything, and maybe someone will, just for mere luck. Look, guys, I need to go. For Otangelo, I'm sorry, I cannot stay any longer. I hope that's not a problem for you. Sorry. See you all.